Good morning, Supervisors. And so on this item, I thought I would refrain from giving a presentation this morning and jump right to Supervisor Cortese's question, which had to do with the timeline for our items that we're going to implement. And so for the first item on our ledge file concerning residency changes, we're going to provide that to school districts probably in the springtime. There is one consultant who basically handles all of the exemptions for the schools, and we'll deal with her and ask her what's the best time frame for her. We assume it's going to be in springtime sometime.
Can we clarify that that would be before the next property tax deadline, April 10th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So for the third item on our ledge file, first bullet, has to do with providing an insert with our property tax billings. That's going to go out in October of this year, right? We're sending out 600,000 billings, and so we'll have an insert with the exemption information. For the third item, second and third bullets concerning website and tax bill changes, that's also going to be done by October. And so we have the changes in place already, but it'll be accessed mainly when property tax bills go out. For the third item, fourth bullet concerning ROV information, registrar of voter information. And so we just received that information from ROV within the last, I say, 3 weeks, and we're still trying to interpret what type of information we have. There's a lot of lines that we receive, but we intend on trying to marry that information with assessor information so that maybe we could do a more direct billing or direct mailing to seniors and them to know about the exemptions. So we think we can accomplish that probably by springtime of next year, if not sooner. Third item, fifth bullet concerning contact with media or media information. And so that's also going to be done in the October timeframe. As soon as the property tax billings go out, we intend to work with the Office of Public Affairs to issue some media announcements. And then the last item I have is contact with cities and school districts for outreach as well as uniformity purposes. We're actually waiting for Steve Preminger to return back from his medical leave. And so Steve agreed to assist us in this area. And so I assume probably by winter of 2020, we'll be contacting cities as well as school districts. So that's my time frame for you, sir.
Just to clarify on the record, the contact with cities and school districts is to assess changes or just to educate as to what we're doing? And the reason I ask is because given Mr. Preminger's absence, I'm just wondering if the board offices themselves can assist with some of that contact, particularly knowing that Supervisor Chavez and I, when we put on the hearing, were able to figure out, what that database looked like, who the contacts were, and who to invite, and so forth. So I'm offering to help, is what I'm saying. Is that helpful? Okay, great.
Okay.
I'm seeing a yes there. First of all, let me just say I appreciate very, very much your the being in action so aggressively on this. It seems like just a couple of weeks ago, it was more than that, obviously, that we had the hearing and that you were sort of presented with a whole set of dilemmas and challenges around what the county's role might be, let alone that seniors are facing and that school districts seem to be a little bit, to say the least, put it mildly, all over the map in terms of their efforts, what they were trying to do. So I'm sure that it's possible that there may be more board recommendations today on other things that we could try, but this is, as far as I'm concerned, not only a really good menu of items, but also the dates that you just came back with pursuant to my question, I think are reasonable, especially the number of pieces of this that you're going to be pushing out in October. So thank you for that's got to be hard work. I just want to thank you for that. Could you, The only thing I want to sort of query about here is, it's really two things. One of them is, could you just please comment on just the ballpark magnitude of the issue in terms of, for lack of a better way to put it, unclaimed exemptions at this point? I know you've given some information in the packet we've received as sort of a, I think it's sort of a, an educated calculation based on general statistical information and census information that we have. I know it's not perfect, but just to indicate, I think on the record it's important to indicate the general magnitude of the problem. This is, I know this is not a 5-figure problem or a 6-figure problem, but it has the potential to be much bigger than that in terms of the people who would like to make claims that aren't doing so currently.
And so I forgot to do a couple things when I got up here. First, I forgot to introduce myself. So I'm Alan Manow, the finance director, so I want to get that on record. Also, I have Margaret Alaya, the director of director of the Department of Tax and Collections with me. So, anyway, and so in answer to your question, and so I believe there are currently about 32,000 exemptions being granted by the numerous school districts. However, when we did our calculation, potentially there could be another 39,000 is the number we came up as potential exemptions. That's probably a little on the high side because not all seniors as well as not all disabled individuals actually own their houses, and so they're not eligible for such an exemption.
Thank you. Again, just to reiterate, the dollar amount there would be in the multi-millions, assuming your general estimate is in the ballpark, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Again, I wanted to get that on the record so that people understand this isn't just, I know our board understands that, and people have read their material here today, but whoever's listening to this meeting or following up on this meeting later, particularly folks who may be wondering why we're taking up this issue or whether we're not, anyone up here is just nitpicking school districts. It appears that there's a potential for millions of dollars of exemptions that could go back in the pockets of folks who are more often than not on fixed income. The other question I have, and I know it's not your department, but I'm just asking for interaction, and I'm trying to get clarity as to whether or not it's something that's better for me to pursue as a supervisor's office. That was the recommendations that came up the night of the hearing on trying to engage our legislative delegation, particularly Senator Bell and our superintendent of education, Tony Thurman. I have reached out to both offices. I have not received any response from Superintendent Thurman's office, and I know my staff has received some expression of interest from Senator Bell's office. Just wondering, is that something that you can try to coordinate with intergovernmental relations as you come back in the future? I know you'll be coming back in the future giving us updates and reports as to how this is working, and I think people are generally interested in knowing whether or not there's any help that can come from that level.
And so I put a little bit of thought into this, and again, it's something I'll probably be reaching out to Steve Preminger on, right? Steve has a lot of contacts in state government and as well as local government, so when he returns, I'll be approaching him so that maybe we could do a joint phone call together or a meeting with the individuals that you mentioned.
Can I suggest, and assuming there's no opposition from the board, because I wouldn't direct this on my own, but that as we receive the report today, we ask that through you, the county executive's office, and particularly intergovernmental relations, that Mr. Radigan, who's our employee up in Sacramento, be asked to give those folks a briefing, or their staffs, of course, but to give those offices a briefing on everything that you just reported today, that there's a level of concern here with the Board of Supervisors, that we're taking action on it, and to try to elicit any kind of feedback or input that we might be able to get from them that we could share with the broader community. Again, if there's no objection from my colleagues, I think that would be someone, in addition to Mr. Preminger, who's on the spot in Sacramento and is essentially paid to do that kind of work. Thank you. Last thing I wanted to do, and this was just as a courtesy to the speaker who distributed the item, I think I was asked to say a little bit more about the written comments that were submitted by Heart of the Valley, Glenda Cresap. The highlights I just want to indicate are that, and the entire correspondence is in the record, but that they've been in the business of helping seniors live independently in their homes for 33 years, mostly through telephone two-way communication, very low tech but very effective. At the end of August, they used a newsletter, which is one of their other tools, sort of an old school kind of a newsletter to indicate that these parcel tax exemptions are available in many of the circumstances that seniors find themselves in, depending on what district they live in. And they immediately received 50 calls asking for additional information. I think she's wanting us to know what kind of demand there is out there for this additional information that we're working on getting out. And the other point she made, which is probably a good one, is that their experience is that only about 1% of the clients that they're interacting with use technology, meaning web-based tools. That could be skewed a little bit because obviously people are calling them on the phone because they're a telephone operation, they're a low-tech operation. Maybe people who go to websites are not finding their way to Heart of the Valley. But I think she makes a good point that we need to keep balancing the communications, and I think the report you just gave us indicates that will happen. People will be given a website in case they have the skills to go there, but they will also be given hard copy information, inserts, those kinds of things that may be a little bit more old-fashioned, but a little more user-friendly for some of our seniors. So again, I just wanted to highlight the points that she made in her correspondence. And again, thank you very much, and thank you to my board colleagues for allowing me a few minutes to ask those questions and make those comments.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. We do have a motion on the floor from Supervisor Wasserman, a second by Supervisor Chavez. Mr. Eberhardt, you spoke earlier under consent calendar when the item was on the calendar. We don't typically allow folks to speak twice on what is essentially the same item.
With due respect, President, I just had a question.
And we also don't engage in questions back and forth. So here's what I'm going to do. If you have a question you'd like to surface publicly, I'm going to let you come forward and ask one question, one sentence, please, very quickly, and/or I can refer you to staff to follow up with your question.
Thank you, sir.
That work?
One question will be good. My one question is actually to the gentleman and lady from the tax assessor's office. First off, you've done a very good job in terms of redoing the tax bill. And my question is, through your agency, with all the other counties, can this be replicated, or how can this be replicated with all the other county tax assessors' offices? And that's the main point I wanted to present and ask, and it goes to Supervisor Cortese's comment. So,
good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll have Mr. Minato follow up with you directly when we finish the item here in a moment. Supervisor Cortese, you still good?
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. All votes have been cast. Let me confirm that there are no speakers on the item in addition to Mr. Eberhardt. All right, then I'll say thank you very much. We'll post the results. We can announce that the item carries 5-0. Thanks again to staff. Thank you for sharing the update with us as well. That takes us to item number 23, Gender-Based Violence Implementation Plan. And who's going to present on that?
We're going to start with DCE David Campos, and then we have the DA Jeff Rosen and others here who can introduce themselves.
I'm going to just interrupt with questions to my colleagues, since I'm the one that asked to pull this. Do we all want or need a full report, or do we want to go
I think
right
if
to
you're
questions?
prepared to just get your questions addressed, that would probably be sufficient, unless there's,
Through the chair, we'll take your guidance,
Okay.
Mr.
Is there
President.
any
Thank you.
objections? Does anybody want the whole presentation? Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. I have read the report, and I really appreciate that all of you spent a tremendous amount of time on this report, and there really is a lot here. I'm delighted to see that the Child Advocacy Center is moving forward. I see the strangulation pilot looks like something very, very worthwhile. But I want to step back and understand some processes with tremendous appreciation for the strategic plan to address gender-based violence. Clearly, this is a significant injustice and violent crime, and truly, in my opinion, should be addressed by our existing county departments, social services, probation, mental and behavioral health, the district attorney, to name a few. My primary concern here is about the request for us to move $1.7 million from the general contingency reserve less than 3 months after we just approved an $8.1 billion budget, particularly because it seems clear that the creation of this new office may have been in the works since November 2018, and because we've also recently created a $5 million fund specifically to address gender-based violence. So I think my first question is that I'm not clear on whether this new office is being proposed today, or if we're being asked, if it already exists, or if we are being asked to approve it. And my question, I think, for the county exec is, what is the process for creating a brand new division? And in this case, one that's dedicated to issues that originated within another office, specifically the Office of Women's Policy. So let's start with that.
I can respond to that if I may.
Please. Please, thank
through,
you.
Through the Vice Chair, David Campos, Deputy County Executive. A couple of things. First of all, the work of this office that is being proposed and the action that is being requested would be the establishment of an Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention. That would require board action, which is why we bring it to you. This work did come out of the work of the Office of Women's Policy. I think that the reason why we're recommending to go in this direction is that even though there has been some work that has been done out of the Office of Women's Policy on this issue, very important work, we believe that this work needs to be elevated even higher by creating a separate program that actually focuses exclusively on this, because it's not just, when you talk about gender-based violence, it's not just women, but there are also other communities that are impacted, and that is one of the reasons why that was recommended.
So I certainly understand that it's not only women, but I'm concerned that we are increasingly siloing issues that are really best addressed in a more integrated fashion. I certainly understand that gender-based violence is intersectional, and the thinking that a new office could act as a convener, but it seems to me that we already have resources in place to do this work. 3 FTEs were approved for this work, for work in this area back in November of 2018, well before the budget workshops began. And perhaps someone can make a case that we need an additional FTE or 2 without adding to the bureaucracy of the county executive, whose office, as certainly you well know, has virtually doubled in the last decade. So my preference for this would be to see that we add an FTE or 2, if necessary, to the OWP to coordinate department efforts without providing direct program services, or alternatively, issue a directive to the county exec to name a lead department in coordinating this work, and if necessary, again, allocating an FTE to coordinate department efforts rather than creating an entirely new office with that attendant increased bureaucracy.
If I may, just on the issue of intersectionality, because it really goes to the heart of our work as the Division of Equity and Social Justice. As you know, one of the reasons that we created the division is to maximize that intersectionality. Every piece of work that is done by one agency is connected to what's happening in the other agencies, and that would be the approach.
Sure, but at what point do we work with what we have to address those issues rather than creating yet another kind of micro perspective on this? That's my concern in this case, and it seems to me that this is an example where we really already have a lot in place and need some executive needs leadership to convene what's already there rather than creating new.
Let me jump in.
Before you do, Dr. Smith, Supervisor Chavez has had her light on,
Sure.
so what I'd like to do is let Supervisor Chavez go, then go to you, and then go back to Supervisor Ellenberg, who still holds the mic.
Sure.
Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez?
So, first of all, I really appreciate the framework that you're coming from on this, because I too get concerned that we have too many silos. I will say one thing just to highlight why I think this is so important, is that prior to the development of this Department of Social Equity and Justice, we really hadn't been moving swiftly, I would say, on issues that affect high-need populations, particularly around sexual assault and sexual gender-based violence, period. And because of that, I think one of the outcomes of that has been that when we were focused solely on this issue as it related just to the Office of Women's Policy, we weren't really moving the dial as far or fast as I thought we should have. And just as an example, the $5 million that we'll talk about next, because I think you've hit on something really important, is that because we were spending less than $1 million a year on human trafficking, sexual assault, and domestic violence, and frankly, I'm still concerned about some of the protocols we're using for housing, it's clear to me that the initial way we were trying to address these issues wasn't bringing them to the forefront and wasn't allowing us to dive in very deep on these issues. One of the things that came out of the hearings that we did in early 2017 is that the issues, and this is actually something that Supervisor Yeager raised with us, that the issues relative to violence within the LGBT community had really been almost ignored. The Child Advocacy Office that is part of this this referral, frankly, we were dealing even with sexual assault with a very specific age when we were speaking about it. So, for example, we're going to be having our committee another hearing on sexual predation as it relates to very young children, because sadly that's still a big piece of our work, and trying to blend it into kind of this bigger office that's going to be looking at prevention across the board. In general, I have the same reaction you do. I will say, though, that I feel very concerned and frustrated that we hadn't moved very far along very quickly as it related to the service side and the prevention side of this work. This county, especially through the district attorney's office, has been in a leadership position on this issue for, I don't know, maybe 25 years, but the service has never caught up. And I think that's because we have not had enough focus and emphasis, and I don't want to just have everything under one office. I do, like you're saying, want to spread it out, and that's part of the reason that I think the office of this office to address gender-based violence is so critical. Just one other thing I'll just...
Supervisor Chavez, let me interrupt for a moment, please, because Supervisor Ellenberg's been very gracious about letting us interrupt her train of questioning. I think you've responded to that point. I'd like to get Dr. Smith's comments in.
May I just add, I was only going to say one more
Please,
sentence.
just briefly.
And my only other sentence to that was that as it relates even to the funding, that we, and I know Dr. Smith can respond to this, but the fact that it took us so long to grow that and not all that funding is in place even today after we've taken multiple votes is the other reason I think that we need this emphasis.
Dr. Smith, and then back to Ms. Ellenberg, please. Thank you.
initial question from Supervisor Ellenberg had to do with 1.7 million. And this is the funding to fund the contracts for the 3 providers for rape crisis centers that was discussed right before the budget, but not in time for it to be incorporated into the budget. So that's why it comes to you after the budget with contingency funds, and, you know, the money is designated for them.
So 3 rape crisis counselors for $1.7 million?
No, it's in addition to, it's not just the counselors, it's the funding for,
All of the funding that's
3
going for
centers.
YWCA and Community Solutions?
Right,
Cool. Totally on board with that. Okay.
right.
But
So,
that's not part of the, and that specifically was called out in earlier memos as not part of the $5 million reserve.
right,
That would be created to address gender-based violence.
correct. Now, the issue of, you know, whether we need to, quote, create another office, obviously that's up to the board. We're not anticipating actually, when we say create another office, it's really more like create another name and letterhead. It's still the same people doing a lot of work, and we do need a few people to help, but it's not, if you don't want to call it an office, that's fine too. I mean, it's not like we're going out and renting a new space and setting up a whole new bureaucracy. We're using the bureaucracy that we already have.
I appreciate that distinction, and that is clear. Let me ask, though, about the 3 FTEs that had been approved for work in this area. Are those actual people doing work now? Did we fill those?
So we actually, so there are 3 FTEs. One is a program manager, 2, that I will oversee the work. And right now, so that has been voted upon and approved, and we just completed the recruitment for that, and we have hired that individual.
Okay.
And that person is actually Carla Collins, you know, who was selected following a very extensive competitive process. We are right now looking for 2 additional positions that are management analyst positions to help oversee not only this work, but also some of the contracts around domestic violence that had previously been approved.
A couple of questions on that. So first, we're talking about 3 positions that have been funded since last November.
correct.
So we're not looking at new money for those.
Exactly.
Is domestic violence work no longer going to be done by OWP?
Domestic violence work would come under gender-based violence in coordination with the OWP staff, but it would come under that. And one of the reasons that we're trying to do that is that one of the directions we got from the board is to make sure that there is coordination in terms of the different contracts and the types of work that are being done, so that domestic violence work, sexual assault work, gender-based violence work, that it's all connected. And as these contracts are coming to the end cycle, if you will, that we actually step back and figure out if there is any way to consolidate a competitive process, an RFP, so that there is no duplication of services and there's maximum collaboration, if you will, among the different people involved.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful, and I'm glad that the work's being done and that it's already been funded. I'm still not persuaded that we need something entirely separate, but let me shift my questions a little bit, since there is so much in this referral. The financial ask, the fiscal ask, sorry, the 1.7 for YWCA and Community Solutions, terrific. With regards, so no additional funds are being requested in connection with, at this time, with the gender-based violence work, or is the work of the anticipated Child Advocacy Center and/or the strangulation pilot, are there funds within this referral that are being directed towards either of those?
No.
Why are they part of this referral? This is
Just to tell you about the overall plan.
Cool. Well, I'm excited about the overall plans.
And we wanted to invite the DA, just so he could,
I think we've lost him, but I see James.
James can talk about it. But, you know,
No, I'm thrilled about that. I read the referral. I'm just trying to piece together exactly what we are being asked to do today beyond allocating the money to YWCA and Community Solutions, which, once again, I'm ready to support. And again, thinking about that $5 million for gender-based violence, is any of it being allocated
no,
today?
no.
Okay.
And with regard to CAC, what we're anticipating doing is using space in one of the buildings that we purchased as part of the hospital purchase, which is the big yellow building that you can see driving down 880. And the staffing will come from the district attorney's office and from the SART team.
Yep.
So it'll be really more a way of coordinating the services. And James Gibbons Shapiro can give you a much more operational concept, but we're not asking for new
Yeah,
money.
we have talked, and I really do, actively support that model. I think that's terrific.
If I may, just to summarize, just if you look at the request, there is no additional money other than the 1.7 million, which is the first item. Then there is the creation of the office, which doesn't add new positions. The positions are already in place. Our recommendation, our thinking is that we believe that the creation of this office is the best way to use the existing resources that are in place. And then the other are delegations of authority for the use of the 1.7 million
Got it.
that are included.
Okay. What is an alternative to creating a separate office?
Well, if you look at the structure of OWP right now, so you have existing right now a program manager 2 that oversees that office the same way that some of the other policy offices are overseen by a program manager 2. Mm-hmm. The positions that were created to work on gender-based violence begin with a program manager 2, actually, because that was based on our best thinking, the level of seniority that was needed to actually bring the expertise needed to this specific work. And so because of that, we believe that the creation of a separate program that is also headed by a program manager 2 makes sense, and that's why the office was presented.
So did we get ahead of Carla? And I'm sure this is totally awkward. Please know this is not that I have tremendous respect for your work and think that you've done a phenomenal job. I'm looking to just understand process here. Is it the case that a program manager 2 position was hired specifically for this office that does not exist yet? And if the office doesn't come into existence, what happens to that position?
Well, I think that the program manager 2 position was hired to do this work. And so the work is going to be done, and it's in place.
Got it, okay.
We believe that to maximize the effectiveness of the individual and of the work, that it is appropriate to create an office.
Okay, but either way, the person stays. I'm glad to
Exactly.
hear that.
Yes.
Okay. I will take a breath for a minute and see if anyone else has questions, and that may help me know if I'm finished or not.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I really want to just say again how much I appreciate Susan diving into this. I am very supportive of the direction. I do think that having an office that's very focused on this issue is helpful and important, because if nothing else, it tells the world that we're prioritizing this. And that's actually one of the interesting things that I think has come out of the Office of Social Equity or the Department of Equity and Justice is that we set aside an LGBTQ office because we were saying we're prioritizing it. We set aside years ago the Office of Women's Policy because we said we were prioritizing work in that area. And we've done that with the Office of Immigrant Relations, which I also really appreciate because it tells the public that this is going to be a priority for us.
Cultural competence.
So I'm going to ask that my colleagues support us moving forward with both the establishment of the office. And I'll make a motion to that, but I do want to be, I think the points that you've raised about the clarity of the scope of work are really critical. And I think one of the reasons that the document is somewhat challenging is that we've had all these pieces of work in a lot of different places that aren't under any specific area. So for example, we've been moving forward with the Child Advocacy Center on one strain. We've been working on the strangulation pilot, and not just that, we've been working with emergency medical services to make sure they're quantifying all that data, but these have each been going on their own path, because there is no one person for us to say, Carla, how is this going? We could go with Protima, Carla, back and forth, but I'm only saying that, Susan, only because my hope is that two big things come out of this office. One, prioritization with some really measurable outcomes. I feel like I've been a little bit not as clear that we're hitting all of our benchmarks as I'd like to. But two, I think that there are a number of areas that that I have felt that we haven't had the level of focus and attention, and we're not even done yet. Like, one of the areas that I know James Gibbons Shapiro is working on is our TRO, PRO process. And again, that's something that was under the Office of Women's Policy was looking at that, but the reality is that was one of a lot of things that they were working on with us. So that's why I would like us to move forward. The thing I would like to ask the staff, though, is that I do think it's important to come back with a very structured work plan and a strategy for incorporating, some of this is happening naturally, I think, with the offices within the division, but I think the organizations that are sort of splitting time between all of our different work are ones that we need to do a better job of integrating in. And then also, I do want to also just say, I'd like an off-agenda report on what we've funded to date and where the funding is going, because I can't agree more with Susan that I feel like I've been following this work with really a fine-tooth comb, and I'm still a little bit perplexed on the funding strategies.
If I may, through...
I'm sorry, David, if I could just add what I mean by that. The reason I asked for FGOC to hear this item was that one of the issues that hasn't yet been responded to is how we're dealing with all the contracts, because presumably we're going to have more resources going to the same nonprofits to be able to support us in this work. And we still have not had a discussion that I've asked for almost a year and a half now, in terms of how are we able to align all of these resources, really leverage the outcomes, and then be able to allow for coordination through your office.
Briefly, please.
Just to know that we're completing a strategic plan for the division that addresses a lot of these issues, and we're happy to share that with you when it's completed.
Supervisor Chavez, additional comments or questions?
sorry.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg, I want to go back to you before I go. Well, Supervisor Cortese's had his mic on for a bit. To him or to you?
I'll be very quick. I just want to
Go to it.
indicate why I'm supporting the motion and just put my opinion out there in terms of the idea of a gender-based violence office, this work being centralized. My first disclaimer is, I don't think we need an office for everything, but this isn't everything or just anything. In my humble opinion, and I came to this conclusion fairly recently, just a couple of years ago, I think this is the most underfunded area of concern in the entire county. I know that's a broad statement, but it's hard. I'm sure I would always be accused of comparing apples to oranges or something on those lines, trying to compare this to the homeless issue, to the immigration issue, to the overrepresentation issue in our justice system and in our other systems where we have offices that are working on those issues that we decided because of volume and magnitude of the issue. And here's an issue of, we all understand it, it was 178 deaths a year. I mean, in effect, again, not to try to go apples to apples, but that even exceeds this crisis level homeless issue that we have in terms of mortality, in terms of, you can almost look at any number, any statistic volume-wise in this area and see the number of incoming calls, the number essentially of which are cries for help, just in effect seem to exceed just about any other area of significant concern, including life and death concerns. So, yeah, it almost feels like an exception in my general philosophy in terms of supporting yet, another justice office, except that it's this issue. And I would actually almost go as far as saying that if there was ever an office that should have been formed first, it would have been this one. I think it's a bigger issue, the underfunding and the under-centralization and the under-attention than the mess of, where the funding is coming from. That I absolutely agree with everyone who said it, that needs to be sorted out and things need to get a lot more focused in that regard. But I just want to indicate my passion and concern for going down this path to really put some long overdue attention to this issue in this way. And certainly having sat as a committee member, through the hearings that we did recently by way of the CSFC committee, what I thought I knew was just amplified, in my own mind, heart and mind, probably by a factor of 10 times. Listening to the testimony, listening to law enforcement talk about what kind of issues we're really dealing with. So, apologize, President Simonian, for taking up 4 minutes on my comments for supporting the motion, but I wanted to get that out on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Important issues. Supervisor Ellenberg, and then I have a brief comment.
Thank you. I don't think any of us are in disagreement about the critical importance of this issue. And if, in fact, we have underfunded it and not paid adequate attention, I am in full support of amplifying that work. Your comment, Supervisor Cortese, I don't necessarily, I don't disagree with that. Had this happened first, it would have been the most important. But the piece that I'm hearing that's troubling me, that a number of people have mentioned, is that the Office of Women's Policy was doing this work, was supposed to do this work, there were pieces of this work, and it feels to me more like this is an operational issue than a board issue. If an office is not performing as expected, there's work to address there. I don't think that the response necessarily needs to be, let's just create another office. And I am concerned, and of course I'm attached to these issues from a women's perspective, having worked on the commission, and I see really vital, critical work being pulled away from folks that have been doing this for decades. And I want to make clear that the motion that you made, Supervisor Chavez, is just on the office and not on the funding, because I do want to support the 1.7 allocation, but I haven't heard anything that convinced me that we need a new entirely separate office, as opposed to the fact that we need to absolutely amplify and increase this work in existing structures.
My recommendation is actually to move the staff's recommendation. So I do want the office, I want that established today. I think the question you're asking, I hope I address by asking for an off-agenda report that really breaks down the investments for the recommended body of work. But that doesn't, could you say you were worried about the money?
Happy to see how the money is allocated. Okay. I'm just not convinced today that a separate office is the best answer. So I would like to be able to vote to go ahead with, to approve the allocation of the 1.7, to receive the report on the CAC, to receive the report on the strangulation pilot, but not to approve the creation of a new office. So I don't know if that
So-
needs separate motions or if I can just make that clear on the record.
If you want to, what you would be saying is you want to vote no on item C. And what I would say is I will move all of I'm moving all of them, but you can register a no vote on item C, which is that establishment of the office.
That's C. Okay.
Supervisor Chavez, just as a courtesy to our colleague, any reason you can't make two motions, we'll do the first
No,
one
no,
on
I'm
item C.
happy to, either way. I was just trying to,
Yeah.
actually. I was
Supervisor
on the whole
Ellenberg
time.
does that. I want to try and make sure the clerk knows who said aye to what. So Supervisor Ellenberg, will it work for you? And Supervisor Chavez, will it work for you if the first motion is on everything except C?
Yes,
We'll take a
and so I'll
vote.
move that.
And then the second motion would be C.
Yeah.
And we'll take a vote on that one as
Sure.
well. Okay, so that is the motion by Supervisor Chavez. There is a second from Supervisor Cortese, but before we vote, we do have one member who has patiently waited to speak, and I do not want to overlook that person, and that's Perla Flores. Please come forward. Thank you again for your patience.
Good afternoon. I'm so excited that we're having such robust conversations about how to best support gender-based violence survivors. So it's just a privilege to work in this county. And I'm here to ask you for your support of funding for sexual assault services and to really thank you for all of the support that and the considerations that you've afforded the survivors that we work with. Community Solutions supports roughly 200 sexual assault survivors per year from South County, and about 60% of those survivors are minors. So this funding would also allow us to extend supportive services to their parents and caregivers and support persons. The other reason that this funding is so critical at this time is that unfortunately the state did not renew one-time augmentation of our current fiscal year funding. So this means starting October 1st, we would have an $80,000 cut at the state level. So again, I really appreciate your support, and I also want to thank Carla Collins for all of her support and moving this forward. And thank you for your bold vision, and we really look forward to partnering with you towards addressing sexual violence in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, colleagues, and I just want to check, it's C, which is the receipt of the report regarding the establishment of an Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention in the Office of the County Executive. That is not part of the motion on the floor. I have
That's
that correct?
correct.
Supervisor Chavez indicates that correct. Supervisor Cortese, the second indicates that's correct. Before we complete the vote, colleagues, I do want to just chime in very briefly and say this, largely for staff consideration going forward, as well as for our county executive who stepped away for just a moment. But I just want to say, I find myself in substantial agreement with Supervisor Ellenberg's remarks today. End of story. Just, I kind of want staff to get the message that that concern is, resides with more than one member of the Board of Supervisors. Now, we'll ask all 5 members, please vote on the screen. And all 5 votes have been cast, so we'll ask the clerk to please display the results, and the measure carries 5-0. We'll now ask if the clerk can display a screen yet again for item C, and if the clerk tells us that's technologically challenging, we'll just ask for a motion by the.
So I'll move item C.
All right, so Ms. Lanier, is that second, all right, so we have a voting panel, and so we have.
Great.
And we'll ask all 5 members to please vote on the screen. Supervisor Wasserman, you have a, there you go. Supervisor Wasserman, you have a comment or a question, sir?
I did. I was just waiting for the first second to happen. I supported A, B, D, and E. I think it's a great direction to go in the program. I think the issue Supervisor Cortese raised is an extremely important one. I, too, am a person that's an efficiency person, and growing more offices. And the CEO responded earlier about, we're not creating a new office. We're doing. These are words. What I'm concerned about is how this is going to get done. I'm entirely in support, and that's why I voted for it, for funding of Community Solutions and YWCA to do this good, much-needed work. I do have a problem, as Supervisor Simidian just mentioned, about creating another office of gender-based violence. I think we need to address gender-based violence. I'm all for that. But I was wondering, Carlin, perhaps you're the right one. I don't know exactly who. Why can't this be done under an existing office, in air quotes?
Let me jump in here. Creating a new office in this situation just means creating a new name. The job is going to continue to get done with the staff that have already been approved. If you don't want to create the new name, that's fine, but we still have people that need to do the work, and we've already got positions approved because we know that there's a whole lot of work coming with figuring out how to spend the $5 million, the current contracts that you're authorizing to be implemented have to be monitored. That's why we're asking for management, or we asked already for management analysts. I don't want to give the board an impression that we're adding any bureaucracy. We're not. We're just adding a name. And the name adding is basically focused on trying to make it clear to the world that this is a high priority for the board and the administration.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I may.
Before I go back to you, I just want to get a clarification on something the county exec said, which is, does it change the chain of command in terms of reporting? Because presumably if something stayed, and I'm not sure what I think about it if the answer is yes or no, but I want to understand what the dynamics are. Presumably if the organization stayed a single office, then the person in this role would report up through the head of that office. If there's a person who is outside that office, then presumably they will not. And if it doesn't work that way, it would just be helpful to understand.
It's, they all report directly to the county executive, and I delegate to David Campos the responsibility of day-to-day operations.
So if the gender-based violence, and I apologize, Mr. Wasserman, but this does seem to be sort of part of the answer to the question that you asked. I want to make sure I understand it. If the gender-based violence function stays in the Office of Women's Policy, who does the head of the gender-based violence program report to in that setting?
David Campos.
Not to the head of the Office of Women's Policy, of which it would be a part if it stayed in that office.
Right.
Now I understand.
Thank you. The clarification I want to get, Jeff, is I understand saying we've created an office for to address gender-based violence, and I'm all behind that so that the world knows we're concerned about gender-based violence in Santa Clara County, and I hope the model we establish is duplicated throughout the United States. What I'm trying to do, and I'm with Supervisor Ellenberg on this, is not to what the public would perceive as creating another office with another budget, with more FTEs, et cetera. What I'm hearing you, Jeff, say is that is not the case. We're not creating any more FTEs. We just have the same door, the same room. We just put another sign. Behind this door are now 2 offices,
Right.
where there was 1.
Right.
Okay. If that's all that it is, then I don't see that as unnecessary government growth. I see us as expanding the services that the current office provides, and it comes underneath. If you were doing an umbrella, a flow chart kind of a thing, it still comes under that same one. So I will be supporting C as in Charlie, based on the county exec saying this is not creating more positions, more red tape, more anything. It's just saying to the world, we've created this, and this is what we're concerned about, and this is what we're going to address. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, your light is still on, ma'am. Anybody else? Clerk of the board, do we have any other speakers on this item? All right. We have one board member who's not yet voted. That would, okay. Let me go to
I'm
Ms.
sorry. I don't know if we can clear it, but I cast my vote before I heard Supervisor Wasserman's clarification, and that might induce a change in my clicked-in vote. Can we undo it and redo it?
We absolutely can.
Okay.
Because we're in Silicon Valley and we can make the technology work somehow, Ms. Ellenberg. And also because I'm going to turn to Ms. Lanier and ask her to please clear the screen and let her worry about it. So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
hang on just a moment. Ms. Lanier, we can do a voice vote if that would be easier. Then,
Every challenge, Tiffany.
I'm going to ask if there is a motion to approve item C in the recommended action for item 23. That motion comes, I believe, from Supervisor Cortese. Is there a second? There is. It comes from Supervisor Cindy Chavez. Now I'm going to say, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? If not, the motion on C passes 5-0. I will, however, look both to the staff here and to the county executive to say again, I share many of the concerns that my colleagues expressed, and I hope going forward that the staff is mindful of those concerns. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Colleagues, that takes us back to the 12 o'clock item, and we thank Mr. Hartnett, who's here from the Caltrain, to item number 10, the Caltrain Business Plan Report. And so, Mr. Hartnett, if you want to take a place there, we'll let you and your staff deliver the report. And colleagues, this is expected to take 20 to 30 minutes, which means we are going to have to take a break at that time prior to our 1:30 meeting, which means the high-speed rail item is unfortunately going to be delayed until even later in the day. So that, I believe, is going to be the only remaining item. Ms. Lanier, am I remembering that correctly? All right. So with that understanding, Mr. Hartnett, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Jim Hartnett. I'm the Executive Director of the Caltrain Joint Powers Agency. The Caltrain Joint Powers Agency has 3 constituent members. The City and County of San Francisco, the San Mateo County Transit District, and your own Santa Clara County VTA. We are the 7th largest commuter rail service in the country. The study done in connection with our business plan indicates that we're the most efficiently run commuter rail service in the country. But we are at a time of transformation in our system. A 150-year-old right-of-way and system is about to enter a new age. As you know, we have embarked on an electrification program by which we will electrify our rail line and buy electric cars and it be in electrified service by the end of 2022. But it's long been a dream for us to do electrification, but it's been a bigger dream for us to do more than just electrify. It's not enough for our system to simply say now we're an electrified clean service and we can do a bit more. It's time to look to the future, and our business plan does that. It looks to 2040 and looks at what we can do and what we must do. And I'm pleased to have our Director of Government and Community Affairs, Casey Fromson, present a brief summary of our business plan to you.
Hello, everyone. Is this working? It sounds like it is. We have many slides in front of you, but I'm just going to pick a few highlights so we can make sure we keep this as a short presentation. Again, as Jim said, this is looking at the future, 20 to 30 years out for Caltrain. But before we look ahead, it's always important to look back and think about the corridor. And the corridor has been around for 150 years, and it's changed pretty dramatically. And so you can see here just a little snippet of, remind yourself what it looked like and then where we're going. So where we are going is a lot of density around Caltrain. So we expect to add 1.2 million people and jobs within 2 miles of Caltrain by 2040. So that's a 40% increase in density. Along with that density of people, we know there's a lot of key projects around the corridor that are underway right now, from the Deer Dawn Station to elements in San Francisco, Dumbarton Rail, many other in between. So they're all coming together now, and it's a great time for Caltrain to be looking at that future. And another reason we're ready to look at it is because of that electrification project that's in construction now. You can see pictures on it in the left, and that's scheduled to be complete in 2022. So with that as a foundation, we can be thinking about our future vision and the projects and programs we want to have in place. And when we think ahead, we've really been thinking of 3 different growth scenarios: a high growth, a moderate, and a baseline. That baseline growth scenario keeps Caltrain at 6 trains per hour, and then you'll see in all of these it remains 4 trains for high-speed rail. In this baseline growth scenario, we'd have very minimal infrastructure needs. In the moderate one, we'd be changing our pattern, having an express and local pattern, and 8 trains per hour. A little bit more infrastructure. This is roughly 5 miles of passing tracks. And then the high growth scenario, this is going up to 12 Caltrain trains per hour and pretty significant infrastructure needs. This is between 15 and 20 miles of passing tracks. We've had an international group working on this effort with a lot of analysis that goes behind all of the high-level summaries you're going to see today. One key piece of data when we're thinking about that future and kind of the decisions we want to make about where we're going is what the growth that we think is possible on Caltrain. So today we serve roughly 60,000 riders. And in the future, in these different growth scenarios, it's between 150 and 200,000 riders. And when we think about what's coming next, we really need to take stock of the entire corridor, all of the projects that are in place today, and then what we envision could be needed in the future. So this slide highlights what are active grade separation projects along the corridor. There's 42 at-grade crossings, and roughly 20 of them right now are in active study with different cities along the corridor. When we start to add up all of the plans that we know that are in place today that are in a planning process, we get a pretty big number. That's $22 billion. And that's made up of the electrification project, which is fully funded, roughly $2.3 billion. And then a lot of other projects that aren't fully funded yet. So the projects at our key terminal stations in San Francisco and San Jose, high-speed rail investments, city-led grade separation, so that slide that I showed previously, and then additional investments that Caltrain would need in order to reach these different levels of growth, additional fleet, level boarding, investments just in the railroad. And so then we look at adding on top of that to these next levels. We've also done very detailed analysis of the operating costs, what we have today, and how that would need to grow in the future, as well as a benefit analysis. But we want to always kind of keep this back to real terms that people can grasp when you think about the future. If Caltrain's able to realize these future visions, that would be the equivalent of between 4 lanes of 101 capacity to 8.5 lanes of 101 capacity. So we are carrying many more people that we know are coming that will need to get around the region. And when we're doing this long-term vision effort, we don't want to be closed-minded and just be thinking about Caltrain, but how do we link around the bay? What is our connection for a seamless system where someone can ride in any place around the region and get to where they're going? And so we see what we're envisioning for Caltrain as being the western half of the Bay Area to have a high-frequency transit operation that connects seamlessly with other entities, and then also has, for our high-growth option, the ability to potentially interline, so trains coming onto the Caltrain corridor from different areas. As I mentioned, we have lots and lots of detailed analysis behind all of the summaries we're providing today, but we're just grabbing the high-level ones for you. So when we got to the point of making a staff recommendation on this, another key element that we needed to think about was any flexibility and uncertainty that we had in this plan. And so for the flexibility, we want to make sure we are doing something that's scalable and that we're able to grow from. But in towards of uncertainty, some of these higher growth options really do depend on other regional projects coming together. So we need to be mindful of where we're going and the direction that we pick. As part of the overall effort, there was an organizational assessment report that was done by an outside entity hired by Stanford, and there's a very detailed report on this. The Caltrain board's been of interest in this topic, and we have a dedicated workshop scheduled just to talk about this. So now, leading to where we are with the staff recommendation is we are recommending pursuing a moderate growth scenario, and that really is a misleading term because moderate would be another huge leap in where we're going as Caltrain's future, and then taking really concrete steps that would not preclude high growth scenarios. And we've been had people give us feedback that preclude maybe is not strong enough, and that we really need to be thinking about that, of making sure people understand this is a vision that we're grasping for and moving towards concretely. And what this would mean to an average person, again, in terms that hopefully everyone can relate to, is that we'd have 8 Caltrain trains per hour, a service with our most popular express trains every 15 minutes all day, significant off-peak and weekend service, a show-up-and-go service, so you don't need to know the schedule. You can go to your station, just know Caltrain is going to be there and get you to your destinations. We'd be able to triple our ridership to nearly 180,000 people a day, adding more than 5 freeway lanes worth of regional capacity, and end-to-end service. So that's Gilroy all the way up to the downtown extension in San Francisco, working all day for all the communities in between. Where we are in the process is August right now. We spent the last couple months going up and down the corridor, providing this information and getting feedback, and so we look forward for your feedback today. We plan to go to the October Caltrain board meeting to ask for their direction and approval on a service vision, and then we would do some follow-up technical analysis to get us to the completion of the business plan in early 2020. As I mentioned, we've been doing a lot of outreach. Here's a few key numbers from our outreach. We've also spent a lot of time working with the communities up and down the corridor. So we have individual booklets that we've created for each city so that you can walk through kind of what the changes would mean and make sure they're on board with where we're going with our vision. And with that, we are happy to take any questions unless, Jim, you had any closing remarks.
That's good.
Jim, you're good?
I'm good.
All right.
Got my glasses on so I can see the board.
Me too. I'm looking at you through mine. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues about this? Supervisor Cortese, do you have something? Okay.
No, I don't, and I appreciate I think this is the third time I've heard the
I know for a
business plan
couple-
report.
yeah, for a
Just
few of
because
us-
of the positions I'm
Yeah.
appointed to by the board, so please don't take my lack of comments as mean I'm not interested. Thank you.
So I'm going to just call on myself because Joe just sat down and make this comment. One, I really appreciate that you're here, and I know that you've been road showing this all over the place. And honestly, the slides have get better and better and just more clear. And so thank you. And also thanks for reminding us of the importance of the Caltrain system. I would just say two things to my colleagues. I think that the moderate growth plan is a really good one. I'm really actually interested in the highest growth plan because I think that's actually where we're going to need to be. So I appreciate you bringing that so we can have that conversation. The second thing I just wanted to say for my colleagues is that there have been a number of issues that are related to the high growth strategy that I just want to lift up that could have implications for our county. One is that the point that was made last by Casey about the service on demand. The one thing we really haven't done a very good job of is connecting all of our VTA services with the Caltrain services to date. And the Dearden station is really going to be the place that a lot of this is going to happen. Dearden will be the most connected public transportation system, I think one of them in the country. Maybe it'll be number 2 in the nation when we're done. But really making sure that we're doing better coordination between VTA, the city, and Caltrain, I think is going to be critical. And then high-speed rail just adds a whole nother level of complication. The second thing that I've raised with my colleagues on the board is that at some point this will require more resources to come from somewhere to make this plan a reality. And those resources really need to be looking at the alignment itself. But the second is going to be the grade separations that will be required for such heavy traffic. Because one of the great things that they're talking about is getting people out of their cars, but we will still have some parts of the community that are in their cars, and that's going to be something that we need to address. And then third, and this is an issue I've raised at BTA, but I'd not raised it with my colleagues here, and that is that I am very interested in how the emerging governance model looks as it relates to how big this system is going to be. Very specifically, as a member of the Caltrain board, we work through this Samtrans border. We're trying to have a stronger relationship both with our general manager but also with our council, because right now our council is will neither report directly to us, and neither of them are hired or fired by us or formally evaluated by us. And there are lots of issues relative to the complications of, as it gets bigger, what does governance look like? This is a small, in my mind, needed step for us to be able to address in the short term. I think in the long term, honestly, that Caltrain has such the possibility of having such a big impact on the alignment that we're going to really need to rethink Caltrain and its relationship, because both Caltrain and BART will be the two big bones in our structure, and how those bones get connected through VTA and all the other agencies is something that will have to be addressed long term. So anyway, I wanted to say thank you, and I've really enjoyed being on the board of Caltrain.
Thank you. Thank you, and forgive me for having to step out, but I want to assure you we can hear loud and clear in the back, and I have had a chance to review the materials. I will second my colleagues' comments about the importance of Caltrain, certainly for the district that I represent and the legislative districts that I represented previously. You know, your idea of what's important has a lot to do with where you live and work and play, and but for my constituency, Caltrain continues to be central in terms of its importance. I would be remiss if I didn't just underscore, not once, not twice, but 3 times, the phrase grade separations, because I really do think that's the challenge of the moment. And when we talk about the frequency of trips that's going to be necessary to move the number of folks that you're hoping to move, that obviously has implications for automobile traffic, and that obviously means we got to step up and figure out how we're going to tackle the problem on grade separation. So I don't think that's news to much of anybody, but I sort of wanted to continue to highlight it as a source of concern and interest among folks up and down the peninsula and all the way into the South Bay. So we are really here to receive Supervisor Wasserman. I see your light is on. Is there a comment or a question?
Thank you.
Meanwhile,
Just a
we'll
quick-
ask the clerk to please do.
Quick comment I'd like to make, and I want to
Please.
thank you for specifically calling out Gilroy. I think if you do miles of Caltrain, I would guess there's more miles of Caltrain in my district than anywhere else because of the sheer length of it, and increasing service as far south as Gilroy, so we're north to south, is something people in Gilroy, where housing is going and going and going because it's less expensive to live, Gilroy, San Martin, Morgan Hill, but the jobs are up here. So being able to get from home to work is what it's all about, and I thank you for recognizing that and wanting to help.
All right. The motion today is simply to receive the report from Caltrain. The motion has been made by Supervisor Chavez, and we'll see if there's a second. And we will note that the presence of a second. We do have a speaker who is coming forward with a card. And we'll ask the clerk to take that card, and we'll then let the speaker speak on this item. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Roland Lebrun. I want to make a very small point. Is when you look at Caltrain's plans, they're looking at jobs and housing density within 2 miles of a station. I would like to point out to you that is a problem in South County. And the actual metric they should be using in South County is traffic counts at the freeway intersection within 5 miles of a Caltrain station. And I got to give you an example. As traffic goes up Highway 101 northbound, by the time they hit the 101 to 85 intersection, you are looking at 250,000 cars every day. And similar in South County, just in Gilroy, you're way over 200,000. That is basically future ridership waiting to happen, but it doesn't show up in the statistics right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. We'll ask all 5 members to please vote on the screen. That now having been done, we'll ask clerk to display the results. We can indicate by a vote of 5-0 the motion passes, which is to receive the report. And before we let the Caltrain folks slip away, I should just say thank you again. I'm sure to a lot of folks this seems relatively rote or pro forma, but you know, these are important issues that don't always engage the public early on in the conversation, and so your commitment to making sure that there's a transparent process and that you take this show out on the road is an important one in my view. So thank you again for that.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Good to see you. Colleagues, in a moment, I'm going to suggest that we take a recess until 1:30, the time certain to hear the Stanford GUP item. That will leave us with only one other item. Before that happens, I do want to just look to the clerk's office and the county council, as well as to county exec's office on some process matters. In consultation with the county executive's office, the planning department, and the county council's office, we have a process in place for this afternoon. You know that it's a workshop rather than a hearing, but in terms of how we hear and who we hear from, Since the hearing has not yet commenced and will not commence this afternoon, the opportunity for the applicant to present as is typically provided and then to offer final comments as is typically provided, that will begin at our next meeting, which is scheduled as a hearing. So I wanted to explain that. All parties will be welcome to speak today, and we'll hear first from other governmental agencies, then from members of the public generally, including folks, if any, from the university. We will then have the presentation from the staff, and then let the conversation begin. So with that understanding and with 35 minutes, I can say we stand in recess. We'll see you here at 1:30.
May I ask a question?
Please.
Thank you. Item 28, the high-speed rail fourth alternative is being heard when?
After the GUP issue.
After the government issue?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd hoped we could squeeze it in, but time did not permit. Without objection, we're in recess till 1:30. Thank you all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much. If we could ask the chambers to please quiet itself, and if we could ask all members of the board and staff to join us at the dais as soon as they're available. And I will just indicate for those who have just arrived that we are now ready to take up item number 11, which is a time certain item to be heard no earlier than 1:30 p.m. And since it is now 1:35, we are in good position, ready to go. I will remind my colleagues, we do have one item, and I might get a chuckle on this, one item left after we deal with the Stanford issue today, and that's high-speed rail to be heard as a last item on our agenda today following the upcoming hearing. And a reminder as well, and I mentioned all of this earlier, but again, for those who've just arrived, today's item number 11 is scheduled as a workshop, not as a hearing or a deliberation, and that means that we will avoid deliberation today, mostly just an opportunity for a study session and some background. We will be providing the applicant an opportunity to provide an opening presentation at the next meeting, and this is information we've shared with the folks from Stanford last week, at the next meeting, our meeting on October the 8th. But what we're going to do today is take public comment first. People have had a chance to see what's in the published agenda. We're going to go first with public agency representatives or spokespeople, including staff and council members, school board members, supervisors, whatever. Then we will go to all other, and the applicant, of course, is free to participate in that part of the process as well, if they will. We're going to set aside 2 minutes for all of the speakers. Once we've heard from all of the speakers in that order, we're going to then go to staff, who will introduce themselves at that time. We're joined here at the dais by a couple of the key players. We thank them for being here with us. And then we're down here, we've got some more of the key players, who we thank them for being with us. We'll do all those introductions in just a little bit. We don't have a hard stop on all of this, but we do ask folks to be as expeditious as they can while still covering. So I'm going to, and forgive me if I mispronounce names today, I'm going to just ask the clerk to set the timer at 2 o'clock. Again, we're going to start with public agency spokespeople, and then we'll move to any and all others, both members of the general public as well as the applicant, if they wish to use that time there. The first cards are from, I believe it's Kamal Falaha, forgive me, then Vice Mayor Regina Wallace-Jones from East Palo Alto, then Jeremy Dennis from Portola Valley, and then Kevin Bryant from Woodside, Janet Borgens from Redwood City, Diane Howard at the Vice Mayor, and then Mike Callaghy, the county exec in San Mateo, and then there are more, but we'll get to them in order. So thank you. 2 minutes. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to request that our Vice Mayor be the first speaker on this issue, and I will follow her, if that's okay with the board.
And I applaud your wisdom in deferring to your elected officials. So why don't we let the Vice Mayor come forward, and then we'll go to you, sir. Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I begin my remarks first by suggesting respectfully that the only reason why I'm here in the middle of my workday is to request fair and full mitigation for the city of East Palo Alto with respect to the Stanford General Plan, General Update Plan. I also want to make sure that it is clear that as an alum, I love Stanford University, and I also want to make sure that as the Vice Mayor of East Palo Alto, that I do my duty to see our citizens treated fairly. East Palo Alto, as you know, lives within the 6 square mile radius of concern as we think about the general plan update. We have asked for a couple of mitigations that I will speak to quickly. The first is a housing mitigation, and specifically affordable housing mitigation. We have asked for $20 million of consideration on this line item to help build up the housing supply that supports the workers that work for Stanford University. And as we delved into the plan for housing, a lot of the workers, some of which are part-time, some of which are faculty, et cetera, were not accounted for in the housing, and many of those housing units are sought in the city of East Palo Alto. We want to build more, we want to house them too, so that's number one. The second is we requested full mitigation in the amount of $15.5 million for transportation, and our director will be here in a minute to talk that one through a little bit more in detail. And the final area that I really want to focus on is educational opportunities. As you know, the City of East Palo Alto schools are not in full and great repair, particularly our public schools. And as a university that's right in the vicinity where we need deeper STEM and STEAM investment, we're looking to Stanford to help us build that up. Now I will invite our director forward to talk about the transportation initiative specifically.
Thank you very much. Appreciate folks staying in that 2 minutes. I know the Vice Mayor knows what a challenge that can be, so here we go. Welcome again.
Again, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for this opportunity. My name is Kamal Fallaha. I'm the public director of East Palo Alto. For those who are not familiar with East Palo Alto, we are a 2.5 square mile city that's located on an intersection of many highways. We've been really suffering from huge impact of the congestion, the traffic congestion, and of course the growth of Silicon Valley that we are paying the price for it as a small city, trying to find our way out of the a situation that we are in on all front, infrastructure, roads, bridges. We just completed one major bridge 1 mile south or east of University Avenue that I'm going to be talking about. University Avenue, for those who are familiar with that area, provides the second access to the East Bay. So that's to the housing where we have most of our commuters. They come in the morning, use University Avenue. In addition to Willow Road, but mainly University Avenue, that the city-owned arterial and maintained by the city, and we have limited resources to keep up with this main arterial. We have a project that's shovel-ready. San Mateo County, thanks to San Mateo County, they contribute $5 million toward that project, but it's going to cost us about $15 million. University Avenue overcrossing that's next to, if you are familiar with IKEA over there, the Four Seasons Hotel, is the link between Santa Clara County and San Mateo County. So this is not just for East Palo Alto. It's a regional interchange that need essential improvement because it has a gap when it comes to bicycle transportation facility in both counties. And this will provide really alternative transportation mode, bicycle, pedestrian. Now we have 4 feet that's connected the 2 sides of the county, Santa Clara County and Palo Alto, and East Palo Alto, San Mateo County. So we urge you, please approve this.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Jeremy Dennis to be followed by Kevin Bryant. Mr. Dennis from Portola Valley, Mr. Bryant from Woodside. There is a microphone there, Mr. Dennis. It's
somewhere in here. Thank you, President Sumidi and members of the board. I like what my predecessor did here by deferring to the council member from the elected office, and my council member is here. Do you mind if I defer to her first?
Sure thing.
Thank you.
So
Honorable,
weird.
why don't you introduce
Do I
yourself?
just speak? I've never done the button thing.
You're fine.
Okay. President Smithian and honorable board members, my name is Mary Ann Moise-Derwin, and I've served on the Portola Valley Council for 14 years. Stanford has always been a great neighbor and a great partner to Portola Valley. In fact, in the past, I have even testified on Stanford's behalf in front of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. And I'm currently so excited about a project they are bringing to Portola Valley that includes much needed affordable housing. That's why it's very unusual for me to be here today, but these are unusual times in San Mateo County and all over the Bay Area. The state of affordable housing is dire and traffic congestion during commute hours is unbearable. And while I very much appreciate the rich intellectual gifts that Stanford brings to Portola Valley and the region, the cumulative effect of their enormous expansion plans will be deeply felt by my little town and the surrounding area without substantial mitigation efforts, particularly in the realm of housing, traffic, and not to mention preservation of open space. So today, with a little bit of a heavy heart,
Portola Valley stands with San Mateo County, and we respectfully request full mitigation.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Dennis, would you like to come back up now?
Thank you, President Simitian and members of the board. Again, Jeremy Dennis, I'm a town manager of Portola Valley. I joined my San Mateo County colleagues in support of both the conditional approval process to address the anticipated impacts from the Stanford GUP and for full mitigation of those impacts in San Mateo County. As your neighbor to the north, no line on a map can insulate southern San Mateo County cities from the impacts that we're anticipating from the GUP, and we appreciate your consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That takes us to Kevin Bryant.
Thank you, members. Thank you, members of the board. Kind of commensurate with the size of our communities, I think I will also be short as well. I am Kevin Bryant, the town manager of the town of Woodside, and like the previous speaker, I'm here to lend the support of the efforts of, there are 7 signatories on a letter that was received by the board back in April on this item, April 24th, 2019. And those 7 signatories, and I would include, if they were willing, the city of Palo Alto, in the efforts of our agencies to work towards communicating a message that you've already heard, which is full mitigation. And I would say that I know, or I believe that Stanford is looking for or would like to enter into a different process with the County of Santa Clara, and I would submit that the process that is underway and the conditions of approval, the use permit process, is the appropriate regulatory tool. And I would encourage the board to follow the recommendation of your planning commission and execute that with Stanford University. Full mitigation is the message we're conveying, and for Woodside, another small town in southern San Mateo County that shares a border with Stanford, the 2 big issues for our residents are traffic and housing, and you'll hear this over and over again, and we just want to lend our support and reiterate that message. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We have cards now from Janet Borgens, Diane Howard, Mike Callaghy, then Don Horsley, in that order.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing us to address you today. Stanford is a desirable and celebrated educational institution. And while they are, in front of you today for study is a developer with a development request that carries with it impacts that will be felt far beyond this institution campus borders. The conditions of approval were well thought out by staff, Planning Commission, and Board of Supervisors, yourself. Stanford does not want guaranteed further study and continuous mitigation of impacts on on-site parks, municipal services, health, and social services. And San Mateo County communities lose critical property taxes when Stanford acquires existing housing. Those units no longer pay property taxes, depriving cities and schools and other public agencies of essential funds, even though people living in the units require public services. Last year, Stanford's property tax exemption cost San Mateo County nearly $7 million in lost property taxes. Cost the city of Redwood City $1 million, Redwood City Elementary School District $1 million, cost the Sequoia High School over $1 million. That's last year, 1 year, one surrounding community. As we all know, general community sentiment changes over time. It is important current policymakers provide a tool for future policymakers, elected officials, and community members to have a mechanism that allows them to check back in. It's called accountability. We support those conditions of approval and ask that you may move forward with all the required conditions. All that's being asked is that any adverse impacts with respect to housing and traffic not be imposed on surrounding communities. The bottom line is full mitigations, both present and future, and a development agreement that assures San Mateo County communities are not harmed or adversely impacted by such a substantial development. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Howard, Vice Mayor, welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon, President Simitian, Vice President Chavez, and honorable board members. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Diane Howard, Vice Mayor of Redwood City. I'm here representing San Mateo County and the cities that are in the 6-mile radius of the proposed Stanford project. The conditions of approval recommended by staff and the County Planning Commission are very important. Both Santa Clara County and San Mateo County need a development agreement that ensures that our county and communities are not harmed by such a substantial development. We're asking for full mitigation in regards to housing impacts, property tax impacts, traffic congestion, bike and pedestrian impacts, stormwater flooding, construction impacts, and child care impacts in both of our counties. We're asking you to consider full mitigation as you move forward on this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have cards from Mike Callaghy, Don Horsley, Anita Anandar, Todd Collins, and Liz Niss.
President Sminian, I'd be remiss if I didn't request for my boss, Supervisor Horsley, to go first.
We can only hope that our Santa Clara County staff is taking note of the gracious behavior of their
Supervisor
staff.
Siminian, I didn't ask him to do that.
Thank you, Supervisor Horsley. Welcome.
Supervisors and county staff, really appreciate having an opportunity to speak this afternoon about this project. It is a regional project, and the cities and the county of San Mateo are here to ask the County of Santa Clara Board to ensure that the impacts of Stanford's growth on both of our counties are fully mitigated. Given the university's location on a border, the impacts of the extensive growth proposed by Stanford on San Mateo County will be significant and widespread. In order to fully mitigate these impacts, Stanford must be held accountable for the effects of its growth on housing, transportation, public services, environmental, and community resources. To this end, we are pleased to see that the conditions of approval recommended by the Planning Commission include provisions that restrict development to 5-year increments with annual reviews and specific performance standards, address the cost of providing public services through the preparation of a community services study, prohibit an increase in average daily trips or in the number of trips during peak periods in both directions, require an amount of housing that will meet the needs of all students, faculty, and workers within a 6-mile radius of a campus, and retain the academic growth boundaries for another 99 years. And we request that the Board of Supervisors build on these conditions in a manner that will address the regional impacts of Stanford's growth and ensure that the impacts that will be experienced in San Mateo County are completely mitigated. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments. And now, Mr. Callaghy. Unless you've got another supervisor to pull out of your pocket, sir.
That is it.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Sminian, members of the board, Dr. Smith, Mr. Marquez. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I just want to point out that my comments are not an indictment of Stanford University, but rather my comments are an indictment of the proposed expansion through this latest GUP and the irreversible impacts on San Mateo County, which will certainly have profound impacts on the health, safety, and welfare of the county residents. Over the last 18 years, San Mateo County has suffered the impacts of the last GUP, namely traffic and housing, without 1 cent being spent by Stanford on the direct mitigation of those impacts. In fact, we probably suffered more impacts than anyone based on the proximity to affordable housing in East Palo Alto, East Menlo, North Fair Oaks, and Redwood City, yet there was no mitigation. Stanford currently receives a $1.2 billion property tax educational exemption in San Mateo County, which is perfectly legal under the current laws. This equates to over $200 million over the next 18 years that will not go to our schools, our cities, and the county. Again, perfectly legal. But Stanford uses all the same resources, schools, police, fire, roads, as all the other large businesses, yet they don't contribute to their fair share of the ongoing expenses. Another 3.5 million square feet of construction will only work to exacerbate this situation. So thank you all for your work on the conditions of approval. We have and we will continue to support those conditions, but in San Mateo County, we need more. We are asking for and need more full mitigation. Our letter to Stanford has been entered or will be entered into the record today. Let's all remember, Stanford is looking for the golden ticket, the holy grail of construction. Please make sure we help San Mateo County hold Stanford accountable for the health, safety, and welfare of San Mateo County residents. And to Stanford, I urge you to meet with us to start a dialogue on full mitigation and the impacts of the development. But that dialogue cannot and will not be predicated on a development agreement with Santa Clara County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speakers are Anita Anandar, Todd Collins, Liz Niss, Allison Cormack, There you are. Welcome.
President Simidian, Vice President Chavez, members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you very much for today. I don't think I can add to the eloquence that has been spoken by other council members, boards of supervisors, and staff. I am here today to represent the city of Los Altos, and you may not think that Los Altos would be affected, but it turns out we are within that 6-mile radius, our little town. And as we looked into what full mitigation would mean for us, we came to a very shocking recognition. And that is that a couple of years ago, we built the largest multifamily project in our entire city's history. And before it was even completed, Stanford announced that they were leasing it, and several years later, purchased that property. 10% of our multifamily housing, therefore, went to Stanford. We don't criticize them for that. As the previous speaker said, that's entirely legal, entirely appropriate. But it did represent a significant impact on our city. And imagine our surprise when we did further research and found that not only did that take $60 million of assessed valuation off of the books to affect our city's taxes and our schools, but that in fact Stanford has in excess of $100 million of property in the little tiny city of Los Altos that is exempt on the tax rolls. So as you move forward, we want you to know that we've sent a letter previously during the Planning Commission's consideration of this matter, that we fully support the staff's recommendation and the Planning Commission's recommendation as to full and fair mitigation, and that we hope that you will deal equitably with us as you are working to do so with other cities who have larger impacts, and yet we want you to know we too are affected by everything that happens with this possible development project going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member. We now have Todd Collins from the Palo Alto School Board, followed by Liz Niss from the City of Palo Alto Council. Mr. Collins, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisors, for letting us address you. I'm Todd Collins. I'm a member of the Palo Alto School Board. I don't have a view on the GUP expansion itself or the conditions of approval. Traffic, environmental protections, and housing are well outside my domain. My domain is public education, and the proposed project, including all the proposed housing, would be in our school district. As I expect you will hear when you come meet in our community, we care deeply about public education and protecting our schools. For that reason, I think it's vitally important that any agreement to approve the GUP includes full mitigation for the impact on Palo Alto schools. The mitigation is vital for our district. If the county requires significant on-campus housing as part of the GUP, as currently proposed, and the children in that housing will live in our district. Because Stanford rental housing is tax exempt, and because Palo Alto schools are funded by local property taxes, without mitigation, our district will receive up to 1,500 students, over 12% of our current enrollment, with no additional funding. 1,500 students, no additional funding. The direct result will be larger classes, lower pay for our staff, and fewer programs for our students. Earlier this year, Stanford and our district reached a tentative agreement that covered that mitigation and included an innovative plan whereby Stanford would contribute annual funding for every student attending our district from its tax-exempt housing, a first-of-its-kind arrangement for either institution. The GUP that agreement was valued at $138 million, which is a tremendous increase from the $10 million we received at the time of the last GUP. So however you choose to implement that agreement is not important to me or to our students. It can be through a development agreement, as Stanford is requesting, via a separate agreement between our district and Stanford, as was done in the past, or somehow through the conditions of approval. That's way above my pay grade. But we do know what we need. We need to make sure the expansion of one great educational institution doesn't drag down another. So please, please insist on an agreement that fully protects the Palo Alto schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Liz Niss from the Palo Alto City Council, then Allison Cormack from the Palo Alto City Council, and then I have a card that just says East Palo Alto City Council, so if you're an East Palo Alto City Council member but haven't yet spoken, that's maybe your ticket. And Ms. Niss, there is no longer a microphone like this. You just talk straight at us.
As you could tell, I was looking all over for it.
That's right. No, we'll hear you loud and clear. Welcome.
Thank you, President Simidian, Vice President Chavez, and members of the board, as well as Mr. Smith and Mr. Marquez. It's a pleasure to see all of you. So I come from Palo Alto, and I would say we are in a unique position. We actually are either in Stanford's front yard or backyard, but regardless, we're in their yard. And we have traffic every single day, going down University Avenue, going down Embarcadero, going down any number of the other streets. Transportation is our problem, and now we are hoping to make it your problem. Our goal is to mitigate the traffic situation that we have in Palo Alto. It is absolutely evident. It has been a little better, I would say, to East Palo Alto since Willow Road opened, and I would suggest you all go look at what a fabulous job East Palo Alto has just done with their crossover in Menlo Park with Willow Road.
You're not encouraging the traffic to go to East Palo Alto, are you, Mr. Supervisor?
Certainly not.
Thank you.
Certainly not. So a couple of things. I think that we've heard the most about traffic and about transportation in general. But in addition to that, in order to mitigate this, we need a fair share of contributions toward the grade separations for Caltrain and for bikes, improving our downtown transit center, which, as you know, is right near University, and our busiest, right after San Francisco, the busiest Caltrain station. Also, we need maintenance of our local roadways. So our consultant, a very reliable person, has estimated Stanford's share of this work would be about $260 million. We are willing to take more if necessary. I would very much like to request more than anything else that we have a 24-hour average daily traffic count and nothing less. And so with that, I plead with you, please carry forth on these mitigations, and we very much appreciate the time and energy you've spent on the general use permit.
Thank you very much, Council Member and former Supervisor. We have Allison Cormack from Palo Alto City Council as well.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to all of you for having us. I want to particularly thank the county staff who's worked so diligently on this complex proposal, which is the largest one our county's ever considered. And just state that the City of Palo Alto supports the very rigorous conditions of approval that you'll be considering. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail than some of the prior speakers. I want to talk about the focus on municipal services. We in Palo Alto are very proud to offer a wide variety of services and amenities to our community, only some of which Stanford is currently able to provide. So we want to be sure you understand that full mitigation of this project needs to include all those services, and I hope that condition of approval requires Stanford to assess the cost and either provide or procure these services: school crossing guards, wastewater, public parks, recreational programs, libraries. Another point that I'd like to talk about is a few additions, and these are detailed in the letter, which we've entered into the record. We appreciate the detailed conditions you've already created. A few more we'd like you to consider have to do with requirements for changes to the foothills, extending the peak period measurement from 2 hours to 3 hours, a few around housing for making sure that any new construction is indeed new construction. So I encourage you to look at those when you get to that part. And then the third part would be about the tri-party protocol. So the county and Stanford have previously recognized the importance of Palo Alto, the front yard, backyard, side yard, participating in a three-way discussion about implementation. And we certainly appreciate this and would like to see that continue. A final note, I know you've received a letter from the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority on which Councilmember Niffs serves and for which I'm the alternate. And we would love to have Stanford's participation in reducing the possibility of a 100-year flood. Finally, I just want to thank you in advance for coming to Palo Alto on Tuesday, October 22nd, to hear from the people who live closest to this project. We look forward to seeing you then.
Thank you so much. We have a card that says East Palo Alto City Council. Is that from Mr. Moody? Is that you, sir? Yes, sir. All right. I'm going to put your name down, Mr. Moody.
Thank you to the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Smithian. I certainly am here as a East Palo Alto City Council member to endorse and to support our Vice Mayor and her comments that she shared with you earlier as it relates to the impacts that this general plan will have on our East Palo Alto community, and certainly in ways in which we can address some of those issues to demonstrate that there is a shared partnership in the activities at Stanford. Also, I wanted to very quickly, there is a biblical quote from the book of Solomon that really talks about how we are to interact as neighbors. And it said, during a time of prosperity, right, woe unto you who ignores your neighbor who is in a drought. Woe unto you for building up another storehouse while your neighbor is challenged with their day-to-day. I think in a lot of respects, that's the relationship between East Palo Alto and the Stanford community in this general plan update right now. Over 30% of the Stanford workforce for the university as well as the hospital travels through our East Palo Alto community each and every day. And as they're traveling through our community through University Avenue, oftentimes they're bypassing the Ravenswood City School District, which has historically been one of the lowest performing school districts, not only in the state of California, but certainly in the nation. We haven't been able to get it right. Less than a decade ago, the Stanford University submitted a charter application, a K-8 charter application for Ravenswood. And after 5 years, that charter application was rescinded because of a lack of performance and a lack of commitment towards the children of the Ravenswood City School District. Can I take 30 seconds, a minute?
How about 10 more seconds, Mr. Moody, because I want you to be a good
That's gonna be hard for
I
me
want
to
you to
do.
be a good example for everybody in the chamber,
Absolutely.
sir. Thank you.
Well, let me just say this. When the general plan identifies Palo Alto Unified School District for such a large community benefit and doesn't even consider tithing a portion of those dollars towards the Ravenswood City School District, I think that's a problem. I certainly think that's something that could be corrected. And the last thing I would say is the Martin Luther King Institute on the Stanford University campus, which is the only campus of its time honoring the work and the legacy of America, is one of America's greatest Americans, Dr. Martin Luther King, is housed in the back end of the Stanford University campus. It's a world marketplace, and I think it should be included as well in the general plan.
Thank you for your
sir.
comments. And again, thanks to all who are working hard to stay within their 2 minutes. We have cards now from Jennifer DiBrienza, President of the Palo Alto School Board, Betsy Nash, Menlo Park City Council, Clarissa Burke from the City of Mountain View, and then Steve Monowitz from San Mateo County, the Community Development Director. Madam President, welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Jennifer DiBrienza, President of the Palo Alto Unified School District School Board. Thank you so much for having us here today, and thank you for the thorough, transparent process you all are committed to. I think the whole community really benefits when you do. I am just here to reiterate the importance of considering the impact that any significant growth in housing will have on our school district. Yesterday, we received a letter reiterating the commitment of Stanford to remain committed to the agreement that they made to us months ago, and we passed that letter on to you all for the record, so hopefully you'll get a chance to look at that. We remain hopeful and optimistic that that will happen, but we are also aware that over the next few months, there are 100 different ways this process could go, and we ask that you please keep in mind that a big influx of students to our district will make a big difference. I think you all know that, and we just want you to keep the students of PAUSD in mind as you move ahead with the process.
Before you step away, Madam President, just to make sure people are accurately informed, the letter that you shared with us reiterates the commitment contingent specifically on a development agreement with the County of Santa Clara that is satisfactory to Stanford University. Is that correct?
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank
Yes.
you. I think that's an important piece of information that people need to know.
We look forward to seeing you up in Palo Alto in October.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Betsy Nash, to be followed by Clarissa Burke, to be followed by Steve Monowitz. Councilmember, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Betsy Nash, and I serve on the Menlo Park City Council. Menlo Park, like other cities in the area, struggles every day with two large and growing issues. One is inadequate housing availability and housing affordability. The other is traffic congestion that chokes our streets. Menlo Park residents, like others in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties, are fed up with this situation, and they elected us to do something about it. Stanford's proposal to expand under the 2018 general use permit will aggravate these already serious problems, and I think it is hard to overstate the adverse impacts. Menlo Park expects us to hold Stanford, like all developers, to high standards. Please mandate that Stanford fully mitigate the impacts of its development activities on all the neighboring communities in Santa Clara and San Mateo counties. Thank you.
Thank you for your presence and your comments. Clarissa Burke, to be followed by Steve Monowitz. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. My name is Clarissa Burke. I'm a senior planner for the City of Mountain View and here on the city's behalf. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. Copies of our letter were sent to the Board of Supervisors last week. Housing built in Mountain View or in surrounding jurisdictions by Stanford would exacerbate local and regional traffic and environmental issues. The City of Mountain View supports Stanford constructing all of its project's housing units on its campus. If the university does not build all its housing on campus, it should fully cover the cost of any mitigation necessary to address impacts associated with housing built off campus. The City of Mountain View requests consideration of the 5 investments in infrastructure and services listed in our letter. Stanford is a tremendous asset to the region and has an opportunity to address this project's impacts and play a leading role in addressing the broader housing, transportation, and sustainability issues facing our region. On behalf of the City of Mountain View, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments and for your presence. Mr. Monowitz, come on up.
Good afternoon, Supervisors Committee and Supervisors and staff. My name is Steve Monowitz. I'm the Community Development Director for San Mateo County, and I'm here to join the chorus of San Mateo County staff and officials calling on full mitigation of the impacts of the Stanford project within San Mateo County. To this end, I've participated in just about all of the workshops and hearings leading up to the board's consideration of this project, and I'll submit for the record the 4 letters that have been submitted on behalf of San Mateo County regarding our concerns. And as someone who's spent his entire career within the planning and building profession, let me tell you that in my experience, I have never seen an applicant with the expectations to get the amount of development that Stanford is requesting over such a long period of time in a single action by the county. And I think that your staff has done a great job of assessing the impacts associated with that proposal and done a great job of creating a baseline of conditions that are required to respond to these impacts. And we look forward to continuing to work with your staff to build on these conditions in a way that will ensure the impacts on San Mateo County and our cities are fully addressed. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Colleagues, before I go on to the next batch of cards, 2 announcements. The first is I'm advised by our county executive that the folks from High Speed Rail have said they'd like to defer hearing their item to a subsequent meeting, so we will do that. That also means that we will not have that item today. Following this item, I'll confirm with the clerk that this then will be our last item of business today. Thank you. And then I believe that I have made my way through all of the cards that came to us from public agencies, public jurisdictions, counties, cities, school districts, or special districts. Did I miss any? Because then we're about to make our way through the remainder of the cards. All right, thank you very much for that. We're going to hear now from Christina Dickerson, Ricky Hawkins, Jose Cabrera, and Larissa Vasser. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Christina Dickerson, and I am here today to speak in support of the Stanford General Use Permit application. First, let me take a moment to thank all of you for your public service and for your commitment to the welfare of our community and its citizens. My comments today center around the importance of our community and the role Stanford has played in helping to create the many opportunities we enjoy today. You are all well aware of the advancements that Stanford has helped to foster, which are far too numerous to list, but the most important contribution that Stanford brings to us is their long-standing ability to build community through collaboration and their desire to continue this tradition. The most effective way to do this, so that everyone benefits, is to sit down at the table and negotiate a development agreement. While perhaps deemed not needed in the eyes of the county, a development agreement will ensure that all constituents' concerns are addressed under the new general use permit. I view this as a partnership, a public-private partnership, or metaphorically a stool with 3 legs to support it. Everyone gets a say in the future of everyone's community. For example, let's talk about housing. Along with traffic, housing and affordability are arguably the most important issues on the table. Many in our community cannot afford to live here anymore, and we are losing our diverse culture, which is the inertia behind our innovation in the first place. We, not just Stanford, need to fix this. Stanford's investment in all forms of housing under the GUP is unprecedented and allows the community to address the issues of flight, workforce affordability, and diversity. If the county and its citizens want more or different, there is ample room at the table for discussion. Or we could look to other communities that have benefited from Stanford's collaborative efforts, like the San Francisco Unified School District Partnership. For 128 years, Stanford has come to the table to participate in community life. I urge the county and its citizens to sign up for this benefit and join the conversation. It's not just our right to do this, it's our responsibility.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
Ricky Hawkins to be followed by Jose Cabrera to be followed by Larissa Vassar or Vassarian. I'm not sure which. We'll learn. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. On behalf of San Mateo County Economic Development Association and our members, I would like to urge the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors to reach a consensus with Stanford Now on a development agreement and approve feasible conditions of that approval that will deliver benefits to the community and allow Stanford to further its academic mission. The critical issues related to Stanford's GUP as it relates to housing, academic space, transportation, traffic, school impacts, community benefits, and the sort are complex. It is important for the Board of Supervisors in Stanford to negotiate these issues within the legal framework of a development agreement. A DA is a proven way to provide certainty over the long term for all parties involved. Stanford is a treasure that should be embraced and nurtured as a core part of the region's identity. It has birthed companies and world leaders. It has built schools, child care facilities, and hospitals. It has created and supported a culture of innovation and philanthropy. Stanford has contributed again and again to local needs and sets an example for other major employers to follow in supporting solutions to our regional challenges, including the omnipresent issues of housing and transportation. Once again, we ask that the County of Santa Clara reach a consensus with Stanford on a development agreement and approve feasible conditions.
Thanks for your comments. Jose Cabrera to be followed by Larissa Vassarman. And I'll get that name right when the speaker comes up to tell me how to get it right. So thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Supervisors and staff. My name is Jose Cabrera, and I've been a Union Carpenter member for the past 23 years. I'm here to speak in favor of Stanford's general use permit application. If you look in the past projects throughout the years, Stanford has always had a proven track record of environmental leadership and responsible land management. And one way Stanford can continue this record is by implementing a development agreement. And this is a practice of the industry for resolving difference of opinions of what can and cannot be achieved through standard conditions. These agreements are also used throughout the Bay Area to document commitments to the community. They can include elements of the project itself and other benefits that go beyond the project's application. I believe that this standard would be the best resolution between the county and Stanford to reach a negotiated compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for your comments. Next speaker. And you can either come to that microphone if that's and there is one there, or you can use the one to your left, but that's probably your best bet right there.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Larissa Wasserman. It's the same name as one of your supervisors, I believe District 1. It just was misspelled when I came to the United States as a political refugee from former Soviet Union 30 years ago.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I became very sick, and today my life literally depends on Stanford, where all my doctors are. I'm a full patient at Stanford Hospital and clinics. I have mostly everywhere all the doctors, and I have constellation of rare disorders. Nobody knows exactly how to deal with it. My life depends on researchers at Stanford, and I'm fully supporting that use permit application because, basically speaking, nobody can help me except maybe researchers and doctors at Stanford. And that's, I came all the way, I'm from San Mateo County, from Stanford Hospital, and I brought today, basically speaking, it's Stanford Medicine newspaper that shows the new hospital, that absolutely stunning. And it became a beacon of hope for a lot of people like me that have a lot of complex situation. Therefore, I do support that application, and I would like you to give full attention to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have cards from Alice Kaufman, Shani Kleinhaus, Linda Ruthruff, Catherine Palter, and Peter Dreckmeyer.
Good afternoon, President Simidian and supervisors and staff. My name is Alice Kaufman. I'm with the Committee for Green Foothills, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the importance of open space. So currently there are over 2,000 acres of hillside grassland and oak savanna in the Stanford foothills that are off limits to development due to the academic growth boundary. Most of the hillside grasslands in the northern part of the county have been lost to development. So this means that the Stanford foothills are some of the last hillside grassland habitat 4 miles around. The academic growth boundary is protected by the 4/5 supermajority vote requirement in the Stanford Community Plan. However, that 4/5 vote requirement is set to expire in just 6 years. We're asking the county to make that protection permanent. It's important to note that Stanford has plenty of room to build within the academic growth boundary. The county's Sustainable Development Study Supplement, which was done last year, showed that Stanford could triple its current density within the academic growth boundary, and that would not result in becoming any denser than other comparable universities. Both the county staff and the Planning Commission recognized the importance of protecting the foothills, and Stanford has not opposed the county's recommendation of extending the 4/5 vote requirement for 99 years. We are urging the board to protect the foothills by making that 4/5 vote requirement for the academic growth boundary permanent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Takes us to Shani Kleinhaus, Catherine, and then, then Linda Ruthruff, then Catherine Falter, then Peter Dreckmeyer. Welcome.
Good afternoon, President Simidian and supervisors. I'm Shani Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, and I speak today for the Sierra Club as well. Our organization submitted a letter asking you for preservation of open space, but also for a few other things, which have to do with areas inside the development area, the academic growth boundary, and have to do with protecting natural resources everywhere. There was an article published in the journal Science last week, which showed that a net loss of 3 billion birds over the last 30 years. That's a quarter of the population of birds, net loss, they're not coming back. Further, it showed that even common birds are experiencing great decline, and it showed that landscapes are losing the ability to support breeding populations and migratory birds, population of birds. So while we know that the urgent things that have to do with traffic and with housing are really at the top, people care about birds, they care about their quality of life, and they care about our environment, and the birds tell us something when they are disappearing. They tell us that we're not doing things right, and we can do it right. And so our ask is that you ask Stanford to do bird-safe design. Don't build so much glass, and if you do, make it visible to birds. It's not that difficult. Make sure that the ancient oaks that are there are providing habitat. Take care of the oaks. Don't just eliminate them. If you have water resources, try to keep some water for the birds. And less light pollution. Don't attract birds to places where they shouldn't be. And all of those things, we have the tools. We know how to do it. They know how to do it. It's not that difficult, and it's not outrageous to require that. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Ruthruff, Catherine Palter, Peter Dreckmeyer, then Court Skinner, Erwin Morton, and Jerry Hearn. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Ruthruff. I'm the Volunteer Conservation Chair for the local chapter of the California Native Plant Society, and I'm here speaking on behalf of our members. Our neurological systems evolved in the context of the natural world. When we interact with nature, our health improves in multiple ways. Our cognitive functions improve. Some examples, we're better problem solvers and we're more creative. Our physical health improves. Some examples, our blood pressure and our heart rate decrease. Our psychological health improves. Some examples, our mood improves and our stress levels decrease. We need open space in order to function at our best, and we need it where we work, live, play, and drive. As we bring more and more people into the valley, open space becomes increasingly precious. We urge you to accept the recommendations of county staff and the Planning Commission, and yet we urge you to go even further and permanently protect the Stanford foothills and the academic growth boundary. We also urge you to protect the natural resources around where the buildings are going to be built, because again, we need nature where we work, live, and play. So it's going to be important to protect the oaks, to provide habitat, and to let people live with nature as our bodies function better. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so I have it right, it's Ruthra?
Ruthra.
Thank you. My apologies. Catherine Palter, come on up, then Peter Dreckmeyer, then Court Skinner, Erwin Morton, and Jerry Hearn. Ms. Palter, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Palter, and on behalf of Stanford, I would like to thank the county for all the work that's been put into our application. First, I'd like to reiterate that Stanford has committed to implementing all of the mitigation measures identified in the county's final EIR published last December. Furthermore, we consider only 4 out of the county administration's more than 100 draft conditions of approval to be infeasible as proposed. We believe there are constructive ways that we can work together to modify these 4 conditions to achieve the county's policy objectives while also ensuring that Stanford is able to build its new academic facilities and provide much-needed housing. We also believe that we can work with the county to address the amount, location, and affordability of housing through a development agreement. A development agreement is essentially a contract that memorializes the terms reached at the time of approval. Under this routinely used type of agreement, Stanford is able to provide significant front-loaded benefits to the community because of the assurances that the university will be able to grow its academic mission over the next 2 decades under consistent and predictable land use regulations. Since many of these community benefits will need to be provided up front, we have concluded that it will not be possible to accept a new general use permit without a corresponding development agreement. Such an agreement will enable us to satisfy the county's requests and provide the kinds of significant benefits that our neighbors seek. In return, Stanford receives the predictability that a development agreement affords. We see the permit and the development agreement as a package. I would like to again emphasize that we strongly believe we can get to agreement and have put forward an initial proposal for further discussion. We appreciate our neighbors formulating thoughtful requests for what those community benefits should be, and we stand ready to discuss providing benefits that are responsive to their needs and the county's needs. Thank you. We are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Palter. Mr. Dreckmeyer?
Good afternoon, President Simidian and Supervisors. My name is Peter Dreckmeyer. I was born in Palo Alto. I live in Palo Alto now, and I formerly served on the City Council. And I've been following land use and development issues for 3 decades now. I've never met a developer that asked for less development than they wanted. In fact, they usually ask for more, knowing they're going to have to compromise down. For example, last go-around on the GUP, I served as director of the Stanford Open Space Alliance, followed that process very closely. Stanford was granted all the development it asked for a 10-year GUP, and here we are in year 19, and they still haven't completed all the development. Despite this, staff and the Planning Commission have recommended approval of all the development that Stanford has requested. Very, very generous. They've also recommended full mitigation, more than reasonable, given the fact that Stanford probably doesn't need that much development, and they're sitting on an endowment of over $26 billion. I also want to point out that there's a very disingenuous PR campaign put on by Stanford right now around what they call their community benefits package. There's newspaper articles, television, radio, everyone's hearing about it, that they're offering this generous package of $4.7 billion. County staff did a great job of pointing out only a very small fraction of that was really community benefit. An example is $3.4 billion of that is housing. Now, unless they're not planning to charge rent, that is not a community benefit. In fact, they're going to make a lot of money off of the rents there, especially given the fact that they own the land. So I ask you to support the Planning Department and the Planning Commission in requiring full mitigation, very reasonable. I also ask you to support permanent protection of the Stanford foothills, which we treasure in our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. That brings us to Court Skinner, Irwin Morton, and Jerry Hearn. In that order, please. Mr. Skinner.
Good afternoon, Court Skinner. I'm on the Public Works and Transportation Commission in East Palo Alto. We don't do anything really important there. You know, we only talk about parking, traffic, water flow, and bridges, bicycle paths, pedestrians, all of which are important, especially now when not only is Stanford successful, we have a number of companies that are successful in the area. And they're so successful that they're creating a lot of problems, especially for East Palo Alto, which is right in the middle of all this stuff, but increasingly for everybody, as we've heard today. Mostly about all those things that the Public Works and Transportation Commission is really trying to address. So I think full mitigation is a start, but I think overall, the region has got to come to grips with what we have created and find a better way. Maybe we should fund an institution at the Stanford University to actually look at some of the very serious problems that our success has created and look for many better ways of handling it than we're currently doing. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Mr. Morton, come on up. Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President, supervisors, and thank you for holding this event. This is really helpful. I'm the Vice President for Advocacy for the Palo Alto PTA Council. I don't have a child in the schools anymore, but we serve all of our community's children. We ask for full and fair mitigation. We all want this to be cooperative and never adversarial. In this message, I think all the relevant organizations are fully united. Palo Alto Unified, the Board of Education, the PTA Council, all 17 unit PTAs, the Teachers Union, and the Classified Workers Union. Whatever Stanford builds, our students need full mitigation, including annual funding per student, a new elementary school, and funds toward building that school. One example, we need neighborhood schools for safety of children getting to and from school without adding terribly to the traffic problems. But in fact, it's not just that. The welfare of our community, the safety of our children, and our health are all impacted. We love Stanford, and we don't ask Stanford to subsidize our schools, but we do feel it is inappropriate for our students to subsidize Stanford. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Jerry Hearn, you're up next, and then it'll be Manuel Chin, I believe it's Devin Ryan, Chris Wozni, Nani Friedman.
Good afternoon, President Smitty and members of the board. I'll make my initial comment as Vice President of the Board of the environmental organization Grassroots Ecology. I've been asked to communicate to you our support for establishing a permanent academic growth boundary where the current soon-to-expire boundary exists. In light of the precipitous decline of insect and bird species in grasslands in particular, it's critical to maintain these areas in an undeveloped state. In addition, the long-range growth study, as was mentioned before, indicates the future conceivable growth of Stanford could be accommodated without having to impact these areas. Please take this under consideration. I have a few individual comments now to make, which reflect my deep concerns about reducing carbon footprint. Stanford in general has done an admirable job of building in a sustainable fashion. However, there are always some increases to carbon footprints associated with development. I would encourage any reduction in the total square footage of the project to lessen both the environmental impacts and the need for mitigation. In general, I support the requirement to provide local and affordable housing opportunities for all employees, but again, would encourage keeping the size of the units to a minimum for the reasons above. I would also hope that this requirement would be applied to all entities, public or private, proposing a project in the county. Housing and traffic are regional issues, and every entity needs to play a role in solving these issues. Excuse me. Regarding traffic, in which I'm not an expert, but I think if more housing is required, even if there's a significant reduction in construction, then the no new net trips requirement will need to be revisited, as in my opinion, it'll set a standard that will really be impossible to achieve. Some creative approaches will need to be devised to mitigate the traffic impacts of this additional development, which needs to happen. And lastly, as to process, if the objective of this effort is to accommodate the future needs of Stanford and the county in a manner as sustainable as possible, this process should be viewed as a partnership between the two entities, and I support the idea of moving the application and a development agreement forward in tandem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Manuel Chin, to be followed by Devin Ryan.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Manuel Chin. I'm here representing the Laborers Union, LIUNA, and we're here to support the Stanford, to move forward with the Stanford with the process. I would like to ask if we could get, well, they're standing already, so to show that we're here to support and in numbers, we are part of the community, and we believe that Stanford plays an important role in the life of our community by achieving teaching and research and providing world-class health care, which I believe the speakers spoke about their health care and their advancements in health. We support the project, and we would like to state that several times that we are in favor of it and will continue to be in favor of it. We are proud to be partners with them, and we would really encourage you guys to approve their request for the permits to build. Thank you for your time.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Devin Ryan. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I live in Stanford housing and pay 100% fair market value property taxes. Yesterday, I had the privilege of meeting with my group of pre-major advisees. These are freshmen undergrads at Stanford on their first day of college. Some of them were first-generation college students from less privileged backgrounds, and as I was listening to their dreams and goals and explaining all of the wonderful opportunities and education and support that Stanford offers, I was reminded of just how incredible and transformative the impact of Stanford is on these students, their families, and the generations that will come after them. Stanford wants to increase its undergrad population and offer more opportunities to deserving students. To treat Stanford only like a large employer, like it was Apple or Google or something, which, by the way, are not being held to the same standards spelled out by the county for Stanford, completely disregards its efforts and mission as a nonprofit institution that saves the planet, saves lives, and transforms families and communities for the better. You can't have it both ways. If you claim to care about Stanford's mission, you should support its growth, which will allow it to continue that mission. Stanford is not a corporation or a company that can be milked for money. It's a nonprofit institution that uses its resources to save and transform lives. If the region's cities want answers for why there is bad traffic and no housing, they should look in the mirror and check their own voting records on approval for new housing, which is abysmal. The county should enter into a development agreement with Stanford and discuss and approve feasible conditions of approval to help our community and allow Stanford to keep changing students' lives for the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Wozni, you're up next, to be followed by Nani Friedman.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Wozni. I'm a business owner and property owner in Palo Alto. My business is an architectural firm, and I'm honored to say that Stanford has been a significant client over the last 25 years. They tend to build sustainable structures that are going to last 50 to 100 years, as opposed to the much more disposable architecture that we see around us in Silicon Valley. The preceding speaker kind of stole my thunder, and I don't know that I can say it even nearly as well as she did. I do believe, though, that the reason Silicon Valley exists where it does today can be almost entirely traced to Stanford University and the intellectual capital that they've created over the last 75 years. That the Valley is suffering from the overabundance of prosperity and its unintended consequences, I feel should not be laid at Stanford's door. And listening to many, especially the municipalities who came up and spoke, I feel that Stanford is kind of being blamed for being the goose that laid the golden egg. Stanford may have spawned Google and HP and countless others, but they're not responsible for their kind of enormous growth. And I do believe that the municipalities around here do bear some responsibility for the lack of adequate regional and local planning. For instance, how many among them who spoke were in favor of SB 50, which is admittedly a somewhat radical bill, but it allows for a dramatic increase in the housing stock near transportation. One quote I read in the newspaper, and I'll try and be quick about this, caught my eye, and I think it informs the climate of this debate. Deputy County Executive Sylvia Gallegos was quoted saying, "Community benefits are what you give to offset the fact that you're doing this big development. When you submit a project application, let's say you're Apple, and you say the project application is the spaceship, and then the spaceship is the community benefit." I don't think it's fair to compare Stanford to Apple. I'll stop there.
Go ahead and finish your sentence.
Well, just that, Apple is a very, very successful for-profit entity. We can't live without our shiny devices. And I think the community benefits that Stanford provides from healthcare to the cultural benefits of their museums and
I'm going to say thank you now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was And next speaker, come on up. Welcome.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Nani Friedman, and I'm here as a member of SCOPE 2035, the Stanford Coalition for Planning an Equitable 2035. We are a group of Stanford students that have been advocating for equitable outcomes from this process for over 3 years. And in summary, we care about 3 things within the conditions of approval process. First, we prioritize full mitigation of Stanford's impacts on housing affordability and displacement in the region. We deeply appreciate the dedication that you as supervisors and the county staff have shown thus far by passing the impact fee ordinances in May 2018 and with the rigorous proposals in the draft conditions of approval. And at this point in the process, we believe that the maximum amount of affordable housing on Stanford land must be non-negotiable. For emphasis, maximum affordable housing must be non-negotiable. Secondly, we believe it is possible to reach transportation policies that are equitable and just for all stakeholders in this process. We are committed to transportation standards that meet the needs to limit traffic, are achievable, do not come into conflict with increased housing, and improve benefits for workers. We believe these outcomes can be achieved concurrently, and we look forward to discussing those policies further with you. Thirdly, given the severity of our housing crisis, we must recognize that the lower income communities and communities of color surrounding Stanford may be most impacted by this growth. Tenants in the region, and particularly in East Palo Alto, East Menlo Park, and North Fair Oaks, are at increased displacement risk. And because of this, it is our responsibility as residents and neighbors, and your responsibility to ensure that the needs of those communities must be met first through this process. We look forward to discussing this further with you, and we thank you in advance for coming to Palo Alto for the October 22nd hearing in order to be closer to the community members. Thank you.
Thank you. And we thank all of you today, by the way, for coming to 70 West Heading Street. Jeb Eddy to be followed by Priya Graves, to be followed by, I believe it's Moises Vieda, forgive me, and then Jade Chow. And I don't have any other cards. If there are other folks who wish to speak, please turn in a yellow card and we'll call your name. And again, Jeb Eddy, Priya Graves, Moises, and then Jade Chow. Mr. Eddy, welcome.
Hi, I'm Jeb, a 48-year Palo Alto, grandfather of 4, enormously concerned about climate change, global warming, or the climate crisis, as it's being more appropriately called now. I appeared before the Planning Commission a couple of months ago, waved my arms like this and said, use the force, Luke, use the force, as a suggestion of some three-dimensional representation of what Stanford's impact on our community would be if we could use some 3D dimensional tools. I'm an alum of Stanford Business School. I've looked over an awful lot of the text material that Stanford has submitted, not a single 3D graph in the thing helping me summarize and understand what's going on. So I took it upon myself to find a consultant, and today we're telling you that we have a large quantity of 3D data to show the impact of Stanford's growth on housing, on transportation, on the 6-mile radius. We got a nice bubble covering the whole region, individual buildings, roadways. He's in Los Angeles today. Otherwise, we would be showing this to you. So we will be sharing this with you and all other interested parties, including Stanford, sometime later this month or early next month before your next meeting. It is data taken directly from the GUP. We're not interpreting anything. We're just summarizing it in a way that I think you will find a lot more easy to understand. Secondly, I took some enjoyable time visiting Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Duke, and Berkeley to look at their master plans. Some of them have really interesting 3D information about how they're going to grow. And they use the word illustrative for some drawings about how they intend to expand. I encourage you to invite Stanford to submit some illustrative material. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Priya Graves, then Moises Vieda, then Jay Chow.
Good afternoon. My name is Priya Graves. I live in College Terrace, a tiny little neighborhood that is surrounded on 3 sides by Stanford. So we're kind of in the thick of things. And I'm going to keep my comments very brief today. I'm concerned about many of the things that have been raised, but I'm going to focus on traffic and support what Councilmember Niss said about the importance of a 24-hour-a-day maximum count. That was in the county's recommended conditions of approval, and the County Planning Commission decided that that was not a feasible thing to ask Stanford to do. I think it is. I think for the sake of climate change, for the sake of those of us who are basically trapped in our neighborhood by traffic, much of which comes from Stanford, not all, but much, it's important to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, come on up. Is it Moishe Vieda? Am I close?
Close.
Close.
It's Moises Vieda.
Got it.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Again, my name is Moises Vieda. I am a field representative of the Carpenters Union, Local 405, here in San Jose in Santa Clara County. And I'm here to ask you to support Stanford's general use permit application with a development agreement attached. Stanford has been a responsible partner to this community and to this county for well over 100 years. Allowing Stanford to build a new housing and academic facilities over the next 2 decades will provide a stable and consistent flow of high-quality jobs in the construction industry, jobs that include a career path for many young men and women with apprenticeship training, jobs that will provide a livable wage, healthcare, and retirement contributions, jobs that will help build tomorrow's skilled labor force. On that note, standing with me in support, behind me to my left, are some brothers and sisters, apprentices, and journeymen that stand to benefit from Stanford's ongoing growth. Stanford's commitment to actual building housing is not just, Stanford's commitment to building housing, not just provide funds or land, is something to be commended, and they want to start now. We urge the county to reach consensus with Stanford on a development agreement and provide feasible conditions of approval that will deliver benefits to the community and allow Stanford to further its academic mission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we have one more card. Let me just ask before Ms. Chow speaks, because I have one more card following that. Last call for speakers today, please. So if you'd like to speak, our custom and practice is that cards come in before we start the item, given today's 1:30 start, specifically on the item, trying to be a little bit flexible, but last call. Then we have two more speakers, and Ms. Chow, you're the first of our last two speakers. Welcome.
Okay, very good.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jay Chow. I'm the Palo Alto PTA Council President. Thank you for your time today. Most of our parents are not able to come down, but I am here representing them. Parents, homeowners, and neighbors care about Palo Alto schools. We care about class size and the quality of teaching. We stand with our school district, the PAUSD, teachers and staff, and our local education foundation partners, PIE or PI. Please help us, the elementary school children who cannot be here to speak, and our incoming families for the next 17 years at all of our 17 schools. We have 12 elementary, 3 middle, and 2 high schools. Your decision will give us hope and light and confidence in our elected officials, both at the county level and at the school board and City of Palo Alto levels. We thank the Stanford University folks for working with the PTA Council, with PAUSD and the City of Palo Alto during this process for the past year. Please help us get to the finish line. Parents, grandparents, guardians, and students, above all, are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our last speaker is Karina Chang. Welcome.
Supervisors, thank you so much for this opportunity for transparent communication. I'm a Palo Alto homeowner, born and raised in Palo Alto. Both of my parents are Stanford alums. I want to simply reiterate what we've heard from Palo Alto City Council and a number of other councils and counties, full mitigation, and also reiterate what Mayor Liz Niss has said and what we heard from Priya Graves, 24-hour traffic count. This is absolutely critical. My home is 2 blocks from Stanford. We are just inundated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for very well-spoken testimony and for working diligently to stay within our time limits. I know it's hard to communicate a lot in any time-limited period. Let me just confirm with the clerk that we have no other cards from members of the public who wish to speak. All right, then that means the matter is back before our board, and we are ready for the presentation from our staff. Board members, should we forge ahead, or do you want to stand up and take 2 minutes just to stretch your legs? I'm getting a thumbs up on standing up. Tell you what we're going to do. This is going to be a 2-minute break. For those of you who are wondering, it's going to be a real 2 minutes, not a pretend 2 minutes. And we're all going to also let those who want to vacate the premises do that quickly and quietly. We are recessed for 2 minutes, and we will literally be back in 2 minutes after people stretch their legs. Thank you. All right, everybody, if we could ask you to please take your seats again. We could ask the chambers to please come to order. Ask colleagues to take their places at the dais. Again, if the chambers could please come to order. Dr. Smith, I note that the memo to us for today's meeting comes from Ms. Gallegos, the Deputy County Executive. Shall we turn to her, or do you have opening comments?
We should turn to Sylvia.
All right. Ms. Gallegos, please begin.
Good afternoon. Sylvia Gallegos, Deputy County Executive. On the dais to my left, although the seat is empty at the moment, is Jacqueline Anshano, our Planning Director. And then we also have Rob Eastwood, our Planning Manager. To my immediate left is Elizabeth Pianca, who is our lead Deputy County Counsel in the General Government section. To my immediate right is Jeff Bradley, who is a principal with M Group and has led a team that has been principally responsible for processing this permit application. And to his right is Marianne Nictus, who is an assistant planner. And then behind me I have Lizanne Reynolds from County Council. She might be hiding behind me directly. And then also from ESA, we have Paul Mitchell and Corey Beringhouse, who are our environmental consultants. I did want to begin by echoing a comment that Board President Simitian made at the beginning, and that is that while the public speakers spoke to the permit application, that is not the subject of today's presentation. That will occur when we open the hearing on October 8th. So I just wanted to make sure that the audience was advised that this would not be the subject of today's presentation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bradley, who will begin with this presentation.
Thank you. Jeff Bradley, Metropolitan Planning Group. Thank you for having us here. We have a focused presentation with a pause in the middle for questions around slide 15, so you can look forward to that. We are going to give a quick overview of the project itself before we get into the background materials. Back in late November 2016, Stanford submitted a general use permit application for the development of 2,275,000 square feet of what we call academic and academic support space. Along with that, there's a request for 2,600 student beds consisting of over 1 million square feet of development. You'll see it there on the slide, 1,225,000 square feet of space for the student beds. Together, that represents 3.5 million square feet of new development over the next 17 years, as outlined in the development. In addition, the request includes several other items, including 550 faculty staff housing units, 40,000 square feet of childcare and/or trip reduction space, and finally, 50,000 square feet of temporary space for construction purposes is requested. This rate of growth is consistent with the Stanford historical growth rate. However, it is also true that this represents approximately 20% increase in the building area for the academic campus. The purpose of this study session is both educational and informational, and to present the board with background information regarding the Stanford Community Plan area and the general use permit, as well as provide the board the opportunity to ask questions to county staff regarding the planning and land use policies for Stanford lands in the unincorporated county area. The objective of the study session is for the board to fully understand the background and context of the general use permit process. At the public hearing occurring over 3 future meetings, not today, but in the future, the board will consider the adoption of 8 separate items that you see here. In the environmental impact report, along with the corresponding mitigation monitoring and reporting program, a statement of overriding considerations required under state environmental law, and number 4, amendments to the Stanford Community Plan, And number 5, the zoning ordinance map amendments, the general use permit itself, along with the applicable conditions of approval recommended by staff, as well as the Planning Commission, the water supply assessment, and finally, the 8th item, a action on the development agreement application itself. Today, we will go over background information related to Stanford University by reviewing the foundational Stanford-related documents, including the Land Use Policy Agreement, the Stanford Community Plan, the purpose of the general use permit itself, with a brief overview of the 2000 general use permit, which was approved back in 2000 and is currently in effect, as well as the Sustainable Development Study, which was done back in 2009, as well as a Sustainable Development Study supplement that was done last year in 2018, as well as the affordable housing ordinances and regulations from the county code. First up is the 1985 Land Use Policy Agreement. Back in 1985, the County of Santa Clara, the City of Palo Alto, and Stanford University entered into this land use agreement. The purpose of the agreement is to establish mutual policies regarding land use, annexation, development of Stanford lands in the unincorporated areas of the county, and community services. It's important to note that typically lands in unincorporated county are subject to annexation of nearby cities upon development. However, this is a unique situation in which Stanford lands in unincorporated county are not subject to annexation, and this land use policy agreement is the basis for that. The land use policy agreement stipulates that lands planned for non-academic uses require annexation to the City of Palo Alto prior to development and are subject to the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan and zoning ordinance. Examples of this include the Stanford Shopping Center, the Stanford Hospital, and the Stanford Research Park, which are all in the City of Palo Alto. Under the 1985 Land Use Policy Agreement, Stanford provides municipal services including water, solid waste disposal, sewer, police, fire protection for those living and working within the plan area, which really makes it function as a small city. In December of 2000, so almost 20 years ago now, the Stanford Community Plan was adopted as part of the Santa Clara County General Plan and amended most recently in 2015. The plan is part of Santa Clara County General Plan as it applies to Stanford lands in the unincorporated county. The community plan is based on Stanford's development needs and the county's priorities for land use, growth, and development. It provides policy guidance for the 4,000 acres of Stanford lands in unincorporated county area, focusing really on two major principles: compact and efficient urban development and conservation of natural resources. It also strives to provide both flexibility and accountability for how the land is used and developed. This document really forms the policy foundation by which staff reviews any GUP submitted by Stanford, and the conditions of approval are the means by which the policy goals contained here are put into practice. The community plan is essentially the general plan for Stanford and has the same structure as the countywide general plan. And these are the elements, the 7 mandated elements under state law: growth and development, land use, housing, circulation, open space, resource conservation, and health and safety. We will highlight key policies from each chapter. The growth and development chapter confirms that the county has continued jurisdiction over academic development of the Stanford campus pursuant to the 1985 Land Use Agreement. This chapter also introduces the important concept of the academic growth boundary, or AGB, which you can see here as a red line. The academic growth boundary was established to promote compact urban development and preservation of open space and natural resources by focusing new construction within the developed campus area and limiting development in the foothills. The community plan divides the campus into 4 categories within the developed area of the campus inside the AGB and 4 different land use categories outside the AGB. that aid in the protection of open space resources of the campus as shown in this map. It is important to note that nearly all of the development requested in the permit occurs in the academic campus land use designation shown in purple on the map here. The housing chapter calls for increasing the supply of housing on the Stanford campus and on Stanford lands in other jurisdictions to meet the needs of faculty, staff, undergraduate, graduate students, postgraduate fellows, as well as medical residents. Through the housing linkage policy, this chapter also recognizes the connection between the expansion of academic facilities and the corresponding increase in housing demand. It's important to note that the housing linkage policy is implemented by the general use permit and requires that Stanford construct significant proportions of the housing units along with new academic space. This policy was ahead of its time back in 2000 and still provides a strong policy basis for addressing housing issues. The circulation chapter of the community plan addresses the challenge of not contributing to the worsening of local congestion by reducing the dependence on single occupant vehicles. The circulation chapter also establishes what's known as the no net new commute trip standard during peak hours. This is to be achieved through several means, including a focus on compact development within the academic growth boundary, locating housing near jobs, and providing services such as childcare and other necessary services for both residents and workers, as well as effective TDM, also known as transportation demand management, to enhance pedestrian and bicycle access, promote transit use, as well as regulate the parking supply. This chapter also requires Stanford to contribute toward intersection improvements if the no net new commute trip standard is not achieved, and encourages the reduction of vehicle trips in non-commute hours and directions and promotes the use of transit for special events. Limiting peak hour traffic was state-of-the-art in 2000, and this is the chapter that has allowed the county and Stanford to work together on innovative traffic reduction strategies up to this point. The open space chapter calls for open space protection through preserving lands outside the academic growth boundary as open space, the dedication of trails, and the special conservation areas that serve critical habitat needs. This chapter provides land use designations for the open space areas within the foothills that provide another level of protection for the long-term retention of the open space in addition to the academic growth boundary.
And excuse me, just on the last slide, I apologize for the interruption, but a reminder, the 25-year reference is to the existing GUP, yes?
This is correct. Throughout this presentation, we're really focusing on existing background documents. So you beat me to it, but this was the slide for questions. We'd like to pause at this point, and that we've reached the halfway point, and see if the board has any additional questions that have not been answered so far. Thank you.
Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. Just one quick short one. References were made about Stanford having various off-campus apartment complexes, sites like that. Is there a map that includes Stanford's holdings outside of the campus proper?
This map is responsive to that question. The area in green is the primary focus of the county staff because that's the unincorporated area.
Okay, and you do have the linear accelerator in there. I was wondering about that. In the blue.
Yeah, and then blue is San Mateo County jurisdiction. The yellow in the front yard, the backyard, and the side yard, as referenced by the mayor, is the yellow. And then the orange kind of triangles is City of Menlo Park, sort of towards the top, and also a little spike.
Thank you. I see that. One of the earlier speakers mentioned about a affordable housing complex that came public and Stanford subsequently purchased it, et cetera. And I just wondered if I went to a college down south, and they owned various properties around town, and I just wondered if there was a map that included them. All of these properties here seem contiguous.
Yeah, I would. That's why I would describe this map. This shows all the contiguous Stanford holdings.
Okay.
That's sometimes referred to as the 8,000 acres in 2 counties and the 4 cities. There are other properties that you mentioned that are separate from that and more of a scattered diagram, which we do not have.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, through the staff, the information that Supervisor Wasserman was asking for might not be mappable in the way that we usually use that term, but you could provide some information about locations of properties where there is a tax exemption associated with the university in other communities. Supervisor Wasserman, I'm always happy to volunteer staff time, as you know. Is that something that would be helpful as we go through the exercise? It's out there. I mean, we have that information, so, all right, good. Supervisor Cortese, comments or questions, sir?
It's just a comment, and maybe it's just maybe just a personal annoyance, I guess. I notice this is kind of the umpteenth time someone's done a presentation and compared Stanford to quote unquote a city, and as a term of art, obviously that's not the case. If it was a city, we wouldn't be sitting here right now dealing with this. If it had municipal control over its land use, there would be a whole other process going on. I'm taking it as sort of it's a big land use operation, but there's universities up and down the state of California, public and private. Just for whatever it's worth, and I don't know we're ever going to get to that point in this process, I would much rather have whatever we're doing and our posture is toward this university and the surrounding city's posture toward this university, and the surrounding open space concerns around this university, and the education concerns outside of the university. To me, I would much rather make that analogous to University of California sites up and down the state. For my own edification and information, being someone who came from a city environment, and I don't take this personally, my concern, I just, want to get this off my chest. It doesn't help me to say this. It's like a city, because it goes against everything I spent 8 years doing at a city. And then over here it kind of goes against everything I've had to deal with in my own district in dealing with unincorporated issues. So again, honestly, I get the point. I'm not trying to nitpick that. I think I get the point. They're just trying to say, hey, it's a big, all-encompassing, comprehensive, self-contained kind of an environment to some degree, I think. But the rest of the implications are, really apples to oranges relative to a city, sitting in the middle of an unincorporated area. So just again, thank you for letting me get that off my chest.
Thank you. And staff, I would actually go one step farther and say, beyond apples and oranges, it's really a unique case. It's certainly a unique proposition in our county because, Mr. Bradley, the point I heard you making, and that is clearly contained in your staff report, is that urban development of this magnitude and this scale, anywhere else in the county, any other developer, any other applicant, would have to go through the LAFCO process, and such development would be subject to annexation in an incorporated community in order to ensure sound land use and infrastructure. Did I get that message right?
Yes, that is correct.
So this is the one landowner in a county of 2 million people that stretches from Palo Alto all the way down to Gilroy and beyond. This is the one landowner who gets to develop at this level of urban intensity, but is not required to go through that exercise. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Got it. So I think it really is a unique case, and that is, as I understand it, at the request of the property owner, Stanford University, yes?
Yes, with the cooperation of the county as well, and LAFCO.
Let me flip the question slightly. Do we have any reason to believe the university has ever requested that they be annexed into one of the adjacent cities, which would ordinarily be the custom and practice for urban development?
I've not seen any record of that, no.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Mr. Cortese.
Yeah, President Smitty, thank you very much. And I'm not, I guess part of what I was trying to do there, besides get something off my chest, is to really say, I don't know, and maybe you do, and maybe you do because of other experience beyond what I've had, whereas I feel like I know a lot about land use and I know a lot about development, both from private sector and municipal background and a little bit from my county background. It's a little slower here in land use than it is at a big city. I don't know anything about, how the University of San Diego interacts with its surrounding jurisdictions, the University of California, Davis, where I went to school, Santa Clara University, as to the city of Santa Clara. I don't know, anything about that. And in a study session, honestly, that's the level I'm at. It would be very helpful to know if it's so unique that you just can't even make comparison to any other university situation anywhere, under California land use law, CEQA, basic general LAFCO, general plan law, and so forth. I think that's called the Cortese-Knox Act. What if none of it applies to this, because it's just so unique? I guess you could just say that right now, and I'll stop wondering. But I was kind of trying to make a point. I'd feel better having comparisons that are more like than sort of the broad statement that it's sort of unique and it's like a big city. Is it that unique? I mean, is nobody in California dealing with a university situation like this in the middle of their jurisdiction that's anywhere near on all fours with this situation? That will be helpful for me to understand, if not now, at some point during the process. Thank you.
All right, why don't we ask, in the absence of additional questions, comments, ask staff to continue with the presentation.
Thank you. This brings us to some useful background information on the general use permit itself. We're not talking about the 2000 general use permit or the proposed general use permit that went before the Planning Commission, but just in general, the general use permit as a land use approval, a vehicle or tool. A little background information. This map we've now switched to, we've switched from the general plan map, which shows land use designations, and we've switched over to the zoning map, which implements the general plan. So in this case, the A1 zoning district is shown here as the large light gray, not the dark gray, that's just the background color, but that light gray there is the A1 zoning district, which is a base zone within the county's zoning system that generally corresponds with what you saw before with the purple academic campus in the land use map. And the important thing to remember here is that nearly all of the development requested in the previous GUP as well as the proposed GUP occurs in this A1 zoning district. So that's really where the main activity is happening in terms of land use changes and building changes on the campus over time.
And Mr. Bradley, excuse the interruption again, but this is an important point, and I'm over here, by the way, if you're trying to see who's asking. A1 is, as I understand it, really a placeholder, and in fact, the materials you provided indicated that 20 years ago, our general plan and our community plan said we were going to get around to actually putting a regular zoning designation on this. To my knowledge, we don't have vast swaths of development occurring in A1 in other places because it's largely sort of undefined. Maybe the planning staff can share, but I think it's helpful and important to revisit this issue of A1 because it's kind of apparently been in hibernation for 20 years. Staff, somebody?
My focus has been on this process and project, so I'll defer to Planning Manager Rob Eastwood on that.
Mr. Eastwood, thanks for joining us. Ms. Anshano, thanks for joining us. And if you can figure out how to get a microphone to work, there's a little button that says MIC. There you go. There's a little button that doesn't work that says MIC. Is that? There you go.
My apologies. Robbie,
No,
still
thank
planning
you.
manager. The A1 zoning district was actually the county's first zoning district. So back in 1930, the 30s, when the county first adopted zoning, it was the first zoning. It is a general use zoning district, allows a wide variety of uses. Over the last 50, 60 plus years, we have changed those zonings to be more in conformance with the underlying general plan designation. We do still have a few remnants. The largest pocket of the A1 zoning is at Stanford. As I mentioned, the zoning is a sort of an all-purpose utility zoning district. It allows a variety of uses. In those areas, we look more directly at the general plan designation. So that the zoning is sort of, as you mentioned, it's a holding district, and what really dictates land use and intensity and allowable uses is the underlying general plan. I hope that helps for historical purposes.
It does. If I were to look at other zoning districts, there would be some limitations or description of heights, densities, setbacks. Yes?
That is correct.
Do we have any of that in the A1?
Not specific. As I mentioned, they're very general development standards, not specific to the underlying. In this instance, we have an academic campus general plan land use designation. I'd say the A1 zoning district wasn't specifically designed to fit that. Again, it's a utility zoning.
Does that mean there's also not a floor area ratio as there would be in any other conventional zoning district?
That is correct.
So there's no ability to calculate what build out in such an area would be because there's no standards on either floor area ratio or on setback, is that, or height?
The zoning district does have setback and height, but with respect to tools
The
such
A1
as the A1,
Thank
yes, yes,
But not floor area ratio.
that is correct.
And does the setback apply throughout the entire A1 area?
The setback is parcel specific.
Meaning it applies to some parcels but not to all of the area in the A1?
It's unique. I think I'm reading the question behind your question. I mean, under a typical parcel that's owned by one landowner, like a residential district, the setback would apply. Stanford, as mentioned, is unique. It's not one parcel, my understanding.
Yeah, but I mean, if I went to downtown Palo Alto and went block by block, and I said, all right, what's the zoning? What's the floor area ratio? What's the setback requirement? And what's the height? I could calculate what the ultimate build out was block by block, even though there are a multiplicity of parcels. And I could take all of those blocks and say, here's what the ultimate build out capacity is. It doesn't sound like we have any ability to do that on A1.
The A1 itself does not. The general use permit and the community plan have dictated the development tools that dictate intensity.
Okay, but if people keep coming back every 20 years, we're sort of still in a without limits world if we still have A1, yes?
Without a change, the answer is yes.
And why, and if the answer is we just didn't get to it, I'm prepared to hear that. I wouldn't say accept it necessarily, but why didn't we apply zoning here? I mean, we did the R1S that you've got, the R3S, the SCA, the OSF. I know 20 years ago when I was here for this last exercise, we sort of put this on the to-do list. Did we just never get back to it in the intervening 20 years?
I would say yes. The priority, if you see on the screen, has been the other districts. There was a rezoning done for the SCA district and OSF district, but again, the A1 district was not rezoned.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to stop on A1 and get a sense of what's going on there. Please proceed.
Thank you. The general use permit, as we were discussing, is used to analyze uses within this A1 zoning district at a programmatic level. And what that means is that each individual building or development project does not require separate use permit approval, but does require review and approval under the architectural and site approval process. The general use permit also allows for development over a period of years and provides guidance for how this development is implemented. It identifies procedures and requirements for new development, such as ASA, that's the architectural and site approval, and requires detailed plans to address specific issues and environmental mitigations and monitoring provisions. Some quick update on where we're at with the existing GUP, also known as the 2000 general use permit, that it was approved again back in late December 2000, the year 2000. It's almost 19 years ago now. As this graph shows, this shows the breakdown of uses and development outlined in the 2000 general use permit. Construction of academic and housing development under the 2000 GUP is anticipated to be completed in 2020. And as the bar charts show, under the 2000 general use permit, Stanford has nearly completed development for all the major development categories, including academic, housing, and childcare. The general use permit provides for development to be implemented over an extended period of time, typically 10 to 15 years or more. The general use permit also distributes this development through the 10 development districts shown here. So these are not zoning categories or general plan land use categories. These are what's known as development district, which are really an organizing tool for how development can be distributed around the campus. Each district is allotted a maximum square footage of academic space and a maximum amount of housing, if any. Under the existing 2000 general use permit, the bulk of the development has occurred within the campus center, which is in the center there, and the East Campus District just to the right. The 2000 GUP conditions of approval included the no net new commute trip standard that we talked about from the community plan. The no net new commute trip standard is defined in the 2000 general use permit conditions of approval as no increase in automobile trips during peak commute times in the peak commute direction as counted at a defined cordon location around the central campus, which we do not call the donut hole, but visually it is that brownish orangey area in the middle. That line there is the cordon line, which is simply a line connecting all the possible entry and exit points to the campus core, which could be driveways, they could be streets, it could be parking structure, entrances, any way a motor vehicle can physically get in or out of the campus. It's important to note that Stanford has consistently met the no net new commute trip standards, and the university required the use of trip credits only 5 times since the general use permit was approved back in 2000. Which brings us to the first sustainable development study that was done back in 2009. The sustainable development study was required by both the Stanford Community Plan and the 2000 general use permit, and it had several purposes or missions. It was to identify the maximum planned build-out potential of the campus, demonstrate how development will be located to prevent sprawl into the hillsides and to contain development in clustered areas, and provide long-term assurance of compact urban development. The study did assess the long-term growth potential within the academic growth boundary to the year 2035 at levels of minimal growth, moderate growth, and what was called aggressive growth. The historical growth rate of 2,000 square feet per year includes both academic facilities and housing. The main takeaway from the sustainable development study that was done back in 2009, completed in 2009, was that under the aggressive growth scenario of 300,000 square feet per year, growth through 2035 could be accommodated within the existing academic growth boundary. However, a maximum build-out over a longer time frame was not analyzed, and this resulted in the 2018 Sustainable Development Study Supplement. The SDS supplement was initiated as part of the current general use permit review process as a planning study to provide a land capacity and constraints analysis for Stanford lands within unincorporated Santa Clara County. It does not confer any entitlement, approval, or tacit authorization of any development, is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, is purely an informational planning document. The supplement satisfies the community plan policies and the 2000 general use permit requirements to identify maximum appropriate build-out scenario for the academic campus. The analysis focused on the area where the main campus is, shown in purple again here on this map, because this is the area designated for development by the community plan and the general use permit. The supplement found that the area within the AGB could accommodate a moderate growth rate at that 200,000 square feet per year for a period of 100 years or more. This would result in the doubling in square footage of current development by the year 2100. This would result in the near tripling in square footage of current development by the year 2155. This development pattern would be consistent with trends going back to 1960, as shown on this slide. That's the approximately 200,000 square feet per year, including, again, the academic space, the academic support space, and the student housing space. Possible constraints of this potential development include water supply, lack of affordable housing, traffic congestion, and climate change. At the bottom of the chart, you'll see a note about with and without the EVGR. That is a large graduate student housing project currently nearing completion, over 4,000 units. And EVGR stands for Escondido Village Graduate Residences. So the calculations both took that into account or did not include it. And both cases are shown there. This analysis showed that there is adequate land within the academic growth boundary to accommodate future general use permits, future academic expansion, continued growth and development of the university without the need to develop in the foothills. Which brings us to zoning ordinance findings. This is under the category of County Ordinance Code context, so that the Board of Supervisors fully understands the nature of the findings that would be required to be made when the project comes back for the public hearing portion of this process. I'm going to summarize these, but you can read them there. The zoning ordinance requires 4 major findings to be made in the affirmative before a use permit can be approved. These can be summarized as A, conformance with policies, ordinances, and other requirements. B, the site itself is suitable for the use and development. C, the proposal will not impair the surrounding area. And last but not least, D, the proposed use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or general welfare. This last one is very important, and it has 7 detailed findings relating directly to it, which are, summarizing again, parking and loading, site access, water quality, noise, odors, dust, and lighting. Number 5, traffic congestion. The use will not substantially worsen traffic congestion affecting the surrounding areas. 6, erosion, and 7, storm drainage. If the board cannot make these findings in the affirmative, then a general use permit cannot be approved. Once the findings are satisfied, we have the opportunity to talk about conditions of approval. The general use permit obviously includes conditions of approval that regulate the development. The zoning code provides useful guidance on what provides the basis for the conditions of approval, which are again summarized as 4 items. A, avoid or mitigate adverse impacts. B, preserve the integrity and character of the zoning district. C, implement general plan policies and other adopted programs and policies. And finally, D, promote basic health, safety, and welfare. Which brings us to the topic of affordable housing. As the board is well aware, the board passed 2 new housing ordinances back in September of last year, the Affordable Housing Impact Fee Ordinance, as well as the Affordable Inclusionary Housing Ordinance. Both ordinances address future affordable housing demand and apply regardless of whether the general use permit is in effect or not. For the Affordable Housing Impact Mitigation Fee Ordinance, there is a 1-year phase-in period where the fee is $36.22 square feet per square foot of academic or academic support development. Then after 1 year, the impact fee increases to $68.50 per square foot. This fee level, however, only provides approximately half of the mitigation fees needed based on the Nexus study for Stanford's future workers' housing affordability needs. The inclusionary housing ordinance requires 16% affordable units of all market rate housing built on campus, anywhere within the community plan area that we saw on the map in green. This would apply regardless of whether the general use permit is in effect or not. Quick reminder, the next meeting is October 8th, back in this room at 1:30 in the afternoon. 2 weeks after that, we have an evening meeting at Palo Alto City Hall at 6 p.m. And 2 weeks after that, we have a meeting back here in the chambers on November 5th, also at 1:30. That concludes the staff presentation, and we are all available to attempt to answer any questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you go back to the last slide just so everybody can see the dates again? Want to make sure everybody knows when and where and how they can participate. And Ms. Gallegos, my understanding is that at the October 8th meeting, it's staff's intention then to walk through sort of some of the content areas, if you will, of the pending application, housing, transportation, open space, so on and so forth, sort of one at a time so we can have a thoughtful conversation. Am I remembering this correctly?
That's correct. We found it very effective at the Planning Commission. While it's noticed as a hearing, because we will have the permit before the board, our intention is to organize it as a study session number 2. And because there's been much discussion with respect to housing, transportation mitigations, open space, and the framework of this permit, we wanted to start sort of at high levels of each, sort of go down through each of them, respond to questions, and then we would go and continue the discussion about the permit, discuss the DA application, the status of it, and our analysis of that.
Great. Thank you very much. Colleagues, comments or questions? Supervisor Cortese.
Yeah, on one of the early slides, it might have been 3, there was a reference, it was another sort of next steps. See if we get there. Yes, thank you. So the last item, last bold, is development agreement application. That is for the public hearing, under the public hearing section. So that's, something's going to come forward regarding development agreement application. What would that be?
Stanford University submitted a development agreement application pursuant to the ordinance, and as we communicated to the Planning Commission, there isn't at this moment, a development agreement, and so the recommendation would be to reject that application.
And this board, not the Planning Commission, as I recall, directed the formation of an ad hoc committee of 2 of its members to do some work on this overall effort, including marching orders to attempt to negotiate a development agreement application. Is that correct, or was I daydreaming and I dreamt that up somewhere?
That is correct, and in addition, as you know, the board appointed 2 supervisors to serve on an ad hoc committee. We also were directed to report monthly to Hewlett, and we will provide information to the board on October 8th with respect to some of the milestones, major milestones that have occurred since that direction in October, as well as the status of the negotiations. And lastly, present some information with respect to, I'll describe as offer letters that Stanford has submitted periodically to the county, and some of our analysis of the offer letters.
Are there counteroffers from the county that are going to be provided to the board? You're talking about a process that was initiated last October. We are about a week away from October of 2019. I've not received any documentation, no report here at the board up until now. I don't serve on Hewlett. I haven't been part of discussions there. If I were to go there, as I understand it, it would constitute a full board meeting because there's already 2 board members on that committee. I can't join the ad hoc committee that we created, and I can't consult them or ask them what's going on with negotiations. So I'm here sitting as a Board of Supervisor really with no understanding of the progress of those negotiations, what offers and counteroffers have been made, although I see references in some of my materials to, and of course to this slide you're now clarifying is referring to Stanford's application for a development agreement. I don't know where the county documentation is.
I did provide an off-agenda memo to the board, and we would be prepared to speak at length on October 8th on this matter.
All right, so the people who came here to talk about development agreement and are proponents of that or understanding that's going to provide them some community benefits, basically they're just here at the wrong meeting. Is that what you're saying? They should have waited until, they and I should have waited till next meeting to bring this up?
It's always useful to hear from the public, their perspective, so I wouldn't consider it a waste. As we said at the outset, we will open the hearing on October 8th.
All right. I just want to say, you started off that explanation by saying we reported to the Planning Commission and we reported to Hewlett. My idea of transparency and also of accountability to the Board of Supervisors, especially when ad hoc committees are created and subcommittees are created where the full board cannot by law participate, that it's the administration's responsibility to come back to this board more frequently on something of this magnitude than once every 11 months to tell us what the progress has been in an interactive mode, not in a one-way communication that basically doesn't allow for any public comment. An off-agenda report doesn't allow for any two-way communication, at least that I know of. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'll stand corrected. Again, I have been referred by at least one member of the administration to check with the 2 committee members or the president of the board if you want to know what the status of those negotiations are, which I consider to be inappropriate under California law and under the Brown Act. So I don't like being in a position of being in the dark as to what's going on. If I'm in the dark as a member of the Board of Supervisors that ordered up this work, I can only imagine how people in the community feel in terms of trying to understand what the progress of the situation is. It's awkward at best. It doesn't imply any lack of trust for my colleagues, the supervisors that have been working on it. It may very well be that when the time comes that you say it's time we get to talk about it, that there'll be excellent explanations of what's gone on or how it's gone on or what choices people have made that may be different than what the Board of Supervisors requested. But my humble opinion is that those updates should have been brought to this board on a regular basis in a way that would have allowed this kind of a question and answer process and would have allowed the public to participate and would have allowed people to understand without having to come to my office, frankly, which has happened on multiple occasions. I've had city council members from the city of Palo Alto, that's on my public calendar. It's very transparent. Come and ask me what's happening. Don't know. I've had school board members from the Palo Alto School District, parents and other advocates from the school district contact me and say, can you give us some insight into what is happening? I can't. I've been given no update. So it's something in the process that is problematic, has been problematic, and I don't know if there's a way to correct it going forward. But when you add on top of that we can't talk about the development agreement process today either, in an open public meeting, despite the fact that many community members have come forward talking about that issue as a major concern to them, it's not very comforting to me. So again, there may be some adequate explanation for that, but I did want to communicate my frustration with the process. And as land use processes go, I would have to say at this point, for me, as a member of this body and any body I've been on before, which goes back now 18 years to my election to the San Jose City Council, I haven't been involved with a less transparent process as an elected official on the governing body that is going to have to be making a decision. So that's where I'm at today, and I hope it gets better.
Let me jump
Dr.
in.
Smith, before you do, and I apologize, I've got Supervisor Chavez, I've got Dr. Smith, and I've got Ms. Gallegos, to whom the question was addressed. I want to make sure everybody gets heard. I just sort of want to make sure we do that in some logical sequence. So would you like to defer to staff for a moment, Supervisor Chavez, or would you like to go before the staff comments? And then when we go to staff, I'll ask Dr. Smith and Ms. Gallegos to give each other meaningful looks and determine which one of them is going to respond. So,
I think if I could, I would like to go forward if you're okay with that.
Please, and then I'll go to you, Dr. Smith, please.
So on the agenda for next meeting, just to make sure, I want to both be responsive to Supervisor Cortese because his comments concern me, as I have a lot of respect for all of my colleagues and want them to feel included, and I have concerns when someone feels like things aren't being transparent. That all being said, the development agreement discussion will be an agenda item for the next meeting. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And second, my hope would be that that Supervisor Simidian and I get an opportunity to present our perspective on that. And so I just want to say that to you as you all work out the agenda, that I want to make sure that's available to us. And secondly, I know that over the period of time that we have been meeting or not meeting, because our needs haven't been met, which I know we're not supposed to, we'll wait till the next meeting to talk about that, but there are a series of letters that particularly came from Stanford, and one that I responded to more recently. What I would just like to make sure of is that they're in the packet with a timeline of the communications that were available both to the entire board and the public, and if there were any that were not, that we make sure they're included and that we denote that.
We will do so.
Thank you.
Dr. Smith, thank you for your patience.
I wanted to try to address some of the issues raised by Supervisor Cortese. And County Council will jump in and hit me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm right. Today, you can indeed discuss the process of creating the subcommittee and the process of reporting to the board and the process of whether or not you want to do a development agreement, pluses and minuses and the like. The only thing you can't really discuss is the details of the negotiations. And since the subcommittee was created, the two members have been the ones communicating details back and forth with Stanford. Obviously, staff has been present, but there will be no report of details from the staff until the subcommittee, until and if the subcommittee comes up with an agreement of what their details are. But certainly, if you want to have a more open process, the board might consider changing the subcommittee structure or expanding it or renoticing it. Just as a thought. Well, that went over like a dead balloon. Okay, now be quiet.
If that's directed to me through the chair, I don't have a problem with subcommittees. I just want the subcommittee to report back to the body that created the subcommittee and not leave 3/5 of the subcommittee out. And I consider that to be the responsibility of the organization, not just the two people on the committee. There needs to be interaction. If something isn't working, it should come back here. It's not going to work, whatever the reason is. I've read in the newspaper, one of the newspapers from Palo Alto or something, that there was some problem with ground rules. We didn't issue any ground rules as a Board of Supervisors. We just said, please go negotiate, and that was approved by a parliamentary vote of the Board of Supervisors. If something broke down or there was ground rules created or something like that, which is fine, as a negotiator mediator, I would want to have ground rules. It seems to me that that report would come back to the body, the full body that authorized the endeavor. This is where we're at. This is what happened. And maybe the reaction is, what's your recommendation? Stop negotiations? Maybe there's agreement, maybe there's not. But that, the way I'm holding this is that opportunity thus far has been denied to say yes or no, to say good or bad, to say we agree or we don't agree with that direction. We just haven't had an opportunity to give direction. So I don't think it's about the ad hoc committee, in my mind, as, you know, it's sort of form over substance a little bit. I'm less concerned about the form. I'm more concerned about the open public process and the reporting structure back and forth. So, and then, you know, a little bit of confusion, I'd say, at this point in terms of what we can talk about or what we can't talk about. But I would like at some point to try to shift over to the public comment that we heard today, which is always good to hear. I agree with that. We heard a lot of differing viewpoints. We heard people from San Mateo calling for full mitigation. I'd like to understand what that means. Is there a definition of that? Does the county consider that to be a term of art? Is that rhetoric? Does full mitigation really mean full mitigation? Does it mean parks and education communities and traffic mitigation are handled, or does it mean full mitigation under the ordinances that we adopted only? I don't understand. So there's, you know, and to get to anything other than just the GUP and just the implementation of the ordinances that we already adopted would require a discussion of a development agreement, as I understand it. Could we exceed the statutory impact fees that at this moment are the only thing required for Stanford to pay, if that, to the education community? If there, could we negotiate something more? Could we negotiate something more from Stanford on behalf of the city of Palo Alto in terms of traffic circulation? Or people were asking about above grade crossings for rail facilities there, which I understand from having visited that area, like many of us, tend to be scary and problematic in terms of public safety and people's health. I don't know if there's enough economic gravitas in this deal to mitigate some of those issues, but the way I've always defined land use context as an elected official, whether it's been in my own former district in Evergreen, or whether casting votes on the so-called North San Jose plan as a member of the San Jose City Council, what has been very consistent about me is I define full mitigation as unless our traffic concerns, our parks and open space concerns, and our affordable housing concerns are all addressed, then nothing should go forward. That's my starting point. And to me, the only way we can have that conversation is to say we're going to have it under a development agreement application in an open community process where people get to come forward like they did today and say what it is they want or they don't want. And staff, ordinarily it would be planning staff, would take the lead in terms of countering and responding as to whether or not any application along those lines or proposals along those lines from the applicant are acceptable, or if they fall short. And check-ins on a regular basis would come to the governing board, in this case the Board of Supervisors, and say, this is where we're at. We intend to reject the application, or we intend to counter the application based on the community process that we've conducted. That's the world that's the only world I know over the last 18 years, well, 17 years. 18th year has been this year, and this is way different than anything I've ever experienced in that regard. So I don't even know if there's been a community process or whether or not the county staff or the ad hoc committee has recommended counter proposals, has taken into consideration some of the things like we heard today in terms of communicating to Stanford University what they could recommend to the Board of Supervisors, i.e., we would have to have significant educational impact addressed to do a development agreement, and this is the range we're looking at. Is that a go or no go? I don't know if those conversations have occurred. So, and I guess what I'm saying is I'm not condemning the process. I'm just saying that I think it's very difficult to expect me to be a full participant as a elected member of the Board of Supervisors in a process where I'm lacking in information at that level, where I have basically zero baseline information as we head into the next step. And if I didn't say anything today and I just kept my mouth shut and we landed at the next step, I think it would be fair to say to me, Supervisor Cortese, why didn't you bring that up last time rather than drop that on us, October 8th or whenever the next piece of the process is. So just trying to put that out there. Those are my process concerns, but I think they're really, really important process concerns, again, just based on my own worldview and experience. I do trust, and I did trust all along, my colleagues who have agreed to serve as sort of the point of the spear here on behalf of the board and the administration for going out and trying to negotiate anything, because it's not easy, it's hard work, and I know that there's a tremendous amount of experience up here in terms of navigating land use issues and fiscal issues and educational impact issues and traffic mitigation. I just don't know what's happened. So, thank you.
My recommendation is that administration respond with the information and answers to the supervisor's questions at the October 8th meeting, provide the documentation that's appropriate to include in the packet, and then there can be a substantive conversation around the topics and issues that the supervisors identified as part of the public hearing.
Thank you for the recommendation. I'm going to turn to Mr. Wasserman, whose light is on.
Thank you, President Smitty, to our county council, through you, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. As we often do, we appoint a couple of supervisors because of the Brown Act to a committee. And I want to thank those two supervisors for being on that committee, because I sure don't want to be on that committee. James, isn't it true the committee, since it is a public meeting, the minutes of that meeting could be sent to us? There's no opinions being discussed back and forth. We're hearing what they said at the meeting in writing. We're not responding back, but it could come through county council or through planning department and to us. We would then be kept up to date with what was said either way.
So just two quick responses. One is an ad hoc committee that's solely composed of members of a legislative body like the Board of Supervisors is not subject to the Brown Act. So those meetings are not meetings where minutes are necessarily taken or where it's a noticed public meeting. I do believe that reports were provided regularly to Hewlett. My suggestion is that, as I mentioned before, the administration return with the materials that are relevant to what has occurred in the context of the development agreement discussions as part of the packet for the October 8th meeting. They'll then be available to the public, they'll be available to the full board, and the board can engage in a substantive discussion, both in terms of process, but actually content of that along with the specific topics that are also part of the actual formal application.
Thank you. And what I heard you just say now, an ad hoc subcommittee of these two, the Hewlett Committee of Supervisor Ellenberg and I, again, Supervisor Cortese, as he mentioned, is not in either of those two. There are minutes taken of that meeting, of the ad hoc committee?
I don't believe there are any formal minutes that were taken of the ad hoc committee meetings.
There's not. Okay.
No.
That's what I was looking for as
And
far
there's
as
no such requirement for an ad hoc committee.
I understand there's no such requirement. What I'm trying to do is address the issue that he brought up and see what within the law is the best way to get what was discussed passed on, conveyed.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Yes.
I think if you can wait until the next meeting, Supervisor Wasserman, and we
All
can...
shall be revealed?
Well, I think at that point, the recommendation from our county council is that we get in writing a collection, a compilation, if you will, of all the information that has been shared, and that might shed some light on the extent to which the process has or has not been shared with others. Ms. Gallegos, am I getting that right, both in terms of your offer, and Mr. Williams, am I getting that right in terms of your suggestion?
Yes, I'm recommending that all the materials, including the prior off agenda memo and any other public materials, be compiled and attached to the item for the 8th.
That's correct.
Thank you, and I'll just finish up with this comment
Please.
if I may. Thank you. The next meeting, I don't have the schedule in front of me, but I think it was October 8th and October 22nd.
October
was the one
8th
up in
is
Palo
the
Alto.
meeting.
Is that correct? So the October 8th, when I hear what's coming back, I'm looking forward to that. Further discussion, back and forth, looking forward to that meeting. The October 22nd meeting, because of the location and time, I'm guessing will be a significant turnout. And I would like to suggest to those people coordinating the agenda for that meeting 5 weeks from now, that they realize we'll be taking all that public input, and that meeting, I know you have a number of things, Sylvia, that you need to have done during those 3 meetings, have accomplished, and you've laid that out. I think in reality, October 22nd, very little discussion, interaction, staff, board members will be possible because of the expected turnout of people coming. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for the people in Palo Alto that couldn't be here during the day, that can be there at night, that live locally, that don't have the commute traffic, to come and be heard, and for the supervisors and staff to hear what the public has to say. I think that's incredibly transparent. And I'm just throwing that as a second part of increasing the communication between all of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Dr. Smith, you were leaning in a moment ago, sir?
Yeah, I was leaning in where no one else should go. I just wanted to put on the record from administration's perspective that the discussion that was just had, I think, is good evidence why a development agreement is not a good vehicle to deal with this development proposal in this particular situation. In my opinion, development agreements are only useful and good when it's fairly clear exactly what other requests are being made outside of the normal process going through planning. In this situation, we have a complex and very complete planning document with lots of conditions of approval going through, or well, it already went through the Planning Commission and coming to the board for action. Trying to superimpose a development agreement negotiations on top of that is a formula for confusion and not a good approach, in my opinion. It would be better to just stay with the planning development and make a final quasi-judicial decision upon the findings of the planning department and move on.
President Sminian?
Please.
So is it appropriate for me, Dr. Smith, to infer from that from your perspective, there was no energy from the county executive's office from the beginning to pursue the board's direction, which was to enter into good faith negotiations on a development agreement?
No, that's not it. The administration was not.
I guess I'll see whether or not you even bothered to counteroffer what Stanford put out there next week. But if you didn't, and I combine that with your statement right now, it tells me that you're running a rogue operation.
Let me answer your question. Administration was never asked to come up with a proposal. We have not come up with a proposal. We don't have a counter. The subcommittee was asked to come up with a proposal. If you ask administration to sit down individually and negotiate a development agreement, we'll have counter proposals that'll come to the board, but that's not what the board asked.
But I think it's more than implied when this Board of Supervisors puts a direction out on something of this magnitude, whether it assigns a subcommittee or not, that it's implicating the full faith and energy and effort of the administration. I can't imagine a scenario where, in real life, that you walk away and say, wow, did we get off the hook today? Those guys just put Cindy Chavez and Joe Simitian in charge, and we don't have to do anything because nobody directed us to do anything. Is that the world you're living in now? I mean, come on.
No, sir. I think
Why did you have all these people here today if you're not responsible for staffing this effort?
They are staffing the effort, but they're not responsible for the negotiations. We didn't have anybody from administration negotiating with Stanford. The negotiations were done with the subcommittee.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, to say this out loud here publicly, but that's about as derelict as anything I've ever heard from anybody in management that I've ever been in a governance position to supervise, to evaluate, or to keep on my payroll. It's just, it's absurd, absolutely absurd to say that you understood the direction of this board, especially that you've been documenting the fact that there's a development agreement application out there the whole time, that you take no responsibility in terms of the negotiations to respond to that. And county council, frankly, to the standpoint that you wouldn't take advantage of one of the best county council departments in the United States, that we just memorialized that a couple weeks ago, to help engage those negotiations. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say other than to say that's what I said already. It's unacceptable to me. So I'll leave it at that for now.
And I would continue to recommend that we take up the rest of the conversation at the meeting on the 8th.
Colleagues, at the risk of offering an understatement, I think a 5-minute recess might serve us all well. No, we still have more. I know there are other comments and questions. I certainly have some comments and questions about the material in the packet today for the workshop. But I do think just taking a 5-minute breather might serve us all well. So without objection and hearing none, we will reconvene in these chambers at 4:15. 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Our 5-minute recess is up. If we could ask people to collect their seats again, please. Chambers come to order. I see Supervisor Wasserman is back at his chair. Supervisor Chavez will join us in a minute. We'll give staff a moment or two to get to their places. Mr. Bradley, thank you for coming back to the dais because we want to pick your brain a little bit here. And again, I know Supervisor Chavez just stepped away for a moment. She'll be back shortly. Let me turn to colleagues, see if there are any other comments or questions. I'm looking at Mr. Wasserman, Mr. Cortese, Ms. Ellenberg. Nothing at this time? Okay. I do have some questions and comments that I want to pursue. So, and I'm going to go first to the issue of, and Mr. Bradley, you spoke to this. I stepped out, but I could hear you on the issue of findings. And forgive me, I'm looking for my packet page here. This is the problem with having so many pages. Here we go. On page 18 of 23 in the document that we have, which for us is packet page 252, you mentioned in your remarks to us today that there were 4 findings, and you didn't reference it quite this specifically, but as I look at the use permit findings that are required pursuant to our zoning ordinance, it says the required findings are as follows, and again, colleagues, this is page 18 of 23, A, B, C, and D. Do you remember this in your presentation? Thank you. Correct. And I want to be clear, I understood you to say that apparently someone's excited about findings out there in the hallway. I understood you to say that all 4 of those findings have to be made based on the evidence in the record in order for a project to be approved. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is absolutely correct.
And that on D, not only are the 1 through 7 standalone findings that have to be made, but the finding that is embedded in D is a finding that has to be made unto itself, which is the proposed use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or general welfare. Ms. Pianka, am I understanding that correctly? I guess it's a legal question. And
Elizabeth Pianka, lead deputy county counsel. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, for example, colleagues, D5, one of the findings we would have to make in order to approve a project is that the use will not substantially worsen traffic congestion affecting the surrounding area. Is that correct? Ms. Pianka?
Correct.
And one of the findings we would also have to make in order to approve a project is the language in D that the proposed use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or general welfare. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those findings are in our own county ordinance, as I recall, yes?
Yes, it's section 5.65.030 of the county ordinance code.
Got it. And bear with me, colleagues, I got a few more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, while you're pulling your other question, can I ask them to just go back one page?
Absolutely. Thank you
you
for your patience. As I say, I'm rummaging through a lot of paper here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And in getting to an approval on a project, we look in part, but not exclusively, to mitigation measures that are identified in the CEQA process. Is that right?
That is correct. CEQA evaluates environmental impacts under state law. However, there are other impacts that may be associated with a project outside of the CEQA context that would be addressed through our conditions of approval, and that fall within the scope of our police powers.
So presumably, the existing GUP and any future GUP has to be consistent with our general plan, has to be consistent with our community plan, has to be consistent with our zoning ordinances. Is that correct?
Correct, and consistent with our ordinance code and any other applicable provisions of state and federal law.
And if that's not the case, then we're not in a position to approve a project? Is that the case?
Correct.
Okay. Then, I want to go back to this issue of how this particular property is treated, quote unquote. And I want to just reiterate something I thought I heard earlier, but I just want to get into the record again. The 4,000 acres and change that are in the unincorporated county, for which the county of Santa Clara has land use authority, that is exempted, as I understand it, from the staff report, from the requirement that all other urban development in the county is required to comply with, which is that it be part of our LAFCO process and then it go into an incorporated community. Am I correct in my understanding, Mr. Bradley?
That's correct. Current county and LAFCO policies require all urban development to be located next to other urban development, which puts you next to cities usually. And then once that development is approved, it is required to be annexed into that city or jurisdiction.
And is that accommodation afforded to any other landowner or developer in the county?
Not that I know of.
Okay. We also are using something called a general use permit, have been for a while. That's what we negotiated 20 years ago when I was here the last time. And that is essentially a programmatic pre-approval. Yes, Mr. Bradley, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'd like to reconsider my previous answer.
Okay.
There are county islands that are located within urban areas, such as Burbank.
So those are county pockets which we're hoping will be annexed, yes?
Correct.
But the only urban development of this scope and size, which is specifically called out not to be annexed, is Stanford University. Is that correct?
That is unique.
Thank you for making sure that we are both precise with our language. Then I started to ask, we've got a general use permit in place, and you were, I thought, clear, but perhaps once over lightly in the staff report on the issue of that being a programmatic approval as opposed to a project-by-project kind of approval. But in essentially what it does is it gives somebody 10, 20 years worth of pre-development approval for, in the case of the existing GUP, 2 million square feet plus some housing, and in the case of the proposed GUP, 3.5 million. Does any other property owner or developer in the county have the benefit of having a general use permit that essentially constitutes a pre-approval of large-scale development without having to identify the nature of that development?
No.
Okay. Again, Ms. Gallegos, you're asking us today to be focused on sort of where we are as the platform for future, and I'm going to try and accept and respect that as much as it's not my nature to leave stones unturned, but I will. In the 128-year history of Stanford University, to your knowledge, has any application from Stanford to this county ever been denied?
We've researched that question, and the answer is no.
Okay. Let me try slightly more modern history. I've been back on the board for about 7 years. I remember there was an application to modify some element of the 2000 GUP. Forgive me, I just don't remember whether it was conditions. It had to do with housing allocations, grad students, postdocs. And My recollection is that that was approved on a 5-0 vote by this board. Is that consistent with your understanding?
I would defer to planning staff for that.
Just to clarify, Supervisors Committee, this was an amendment to the community plan you had asked about?
I just don't remember whether it was an amendment to the community plan or the conditions of approval. I do remember that the university came and asked if they could amend, and it was approved 5-0. And the reason I remember that is because I made the motion to approve it.
Right. It had to do with, and it was related to the housing proposals that later came, and the answer is yes.
Okay. And then there were some development proposals in the San Juan neighborhood that were the subject of controversy because we had local residents who were opposed, and they came and testified that they were opposed. And my recollection is that it was approved 5-0 as well. Is that your recollection?
That is correct.
And then my recollection is that we had the movement of, and forgive me, was it the Center for Academic Medicine? Is that what it was called? The large facility that moved from one part of the campus to another part and that brought a formal appeal to our board from the city of Menlo Park is the one I'm thinking of. And I remember that being approved 5-0 on my motion. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, it was appealed from the Planning Commission, and yes, approved by the Board of Supervisors.
And then I want to just be a little careful here because I don't want to get the numbers wrong, but we've got, I don't know, 2,300 odd beds or 1,300 odd beds or 4,000 beds or how many units at the Escondido Village project. Somebody want to give me a number that I should hang my hat on?
The project itself is 4,040 graduate student beds. However, a number of existing older units were demolished to make way for it, so it's a net new of approximately, I'm going to say 1,450, but I'd like to double check that.
And that was not authorized by the GUP, as I recall. That was a sort of a request on the side by the university to please get permission to do something that hadn't been authorized by the GUP, yes?
It was a requested revision to the allocation within the 2000 general use permit, yes.
And that didn't even get to the Board of Supervisors because it got approved without appeal at the County Planning Commission. Am I remembering that right or not? Or are we talking about two different projects?
I am trying to recall. I believe there was not an appeal, but we could verify.
I'm sorry, Board President Simidian, may you repeat the question?
Yeah, there was my understanding was that it was outside the GUP process, that the university came and applied for housing on the property that is now part of Escondido Village, that it was literally thousands of units, minus some because some were bulldozed or taken down in order to get to the ones that are there, but that request, which was significant, was handled so routinely it didn't even come to the full Board of Supervisors. Does that sound right to you?
Mostly, but I would perhaps not phrase it as outside the GUP, because as you know, the general use permit is very comprehensive, and the general use permit that we're dealing with now, the 2000 general use permit that's currently in effect, did have provisions for requesting additional housing built into it.
Okay, so it was development authorized over and above what was already approved in the 2000 GUP.
I'd have to research that.
All right, can I ask you to do that, please?
Yes, sir.
Because if it seems like I'm asking you a series of leading questions to try and make a point, it's because I'm asking you a series of leading questions in order to make a point.
Understood.
Thank you. I thought you were catching on to that, which is we got a 128-year history where every single application has gotten a yes. We have an exemption from LAFCO and annexation, which no other developer is privileged to have. We have a general use permit process which pre-approves millions of square feet, which no other developer is privileged to have. And in the last half a dozen years, we've had at least 3 or 4 applications from this same applicant, all of which have either been approved unanimously at this board or didn't even make it to the board because the process allowed them approval. So I sort of want to lay that foundation out there, colleagues, so that as we're talking about how folks have or haven't been treated and the extent to which they are or not being asked to do something that somebody else hasn't been asked to do, it seems to me there's a pretty good track record, a case to be made for pretty responsive, if not generous spirit by folks here at the county with respect to the mission of the organization and the development requests. Ms. Gallegos, you were here 20 years ago when the housing issue came up. So I'm guessing that you will remember that in 2000, the university opposed the GUP housing linkage. And I say that because that somehow seems to be forgotten in the conversations today. The university is rightfully proud, in my view, of the work they've been able to do on housing. But let's not kid ourselves. There was opposition to the GUP housing linkage 20 years ago. There has also been, to my knowledge, and again, please correct me, a refusal to pay the $35 mitigation fee, Mr. Williams, that is of record as our housing mitigation fee to date. The university also opposed the county's new housing mitigation fee. The university also opposed the county's inclusionary zoning ordinance. The university has sued our county to block the inclusionary zoning ordinance, even though it is substantially similar to inclusionary zoning ordinances up and down the peninsula and in the South Bay. The application we're going to consider next week proposes just about a quarter of the housing needed to address the demand identified by the environmental review process. And the university now opposes or continues to oppose a requirement that the housing demand created by the proposed development be fully mitigated at the 2,172 unit level. So let me just ask, Mr. Bradley, Ms. Gallegos, with respect to housing, is there anything I just said that needs either correction or that's simply inaccurate? Because when we're talking about who's stepping up on housing, I think that history is important for to be part of the foundation for the conversation we're about to have next week, 2 weeks from now.
So yes, the assertions you have made are correct, and the only sort of modification is the fees 3622. I think you cited 35.
Thank you for the clarification. And then on the open space issues, which I think is something that all of us can be very proud of, because that academic growth boundary, colleagues, did not exist 20 years ago. That was an outcome of a process 20 years ago. That academic growth boundary was also opposed by the university. Ms. Gallegos, are you remembering this the way I am from 20 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And for the record, I, of course, have that, pretty clearly documented. That so when we're talking about open space protection, I just think it's important as well to remember that the existing protection was opposed, and that the document we're going to look at in 2 weeks proposes no extension of the existing protections. Do I have that right, Ms. Gallegos?
Correct.
Okay. Could you go back and talk again about why the Sustainable Development Study Supplement was an important document in terms of the future? I don't want to get into a debate or deliberation. You referenced it specifically, so I think it's fair to ask, why is that important as we sort of use this as a foundational opportunity to look to the future?
The supplement to the Sustainable Development Study that was completed last year demonstrated that based on normal planning practices and land development techniques that Stanford has demonstrated in the past, in reality on the ground, and in some white papers they have done to show how underutilized portions of the property could be redeveloped at higher intensities. For example, converting a surface parking lot into a building, or converting a vacant area to an underground parking facility with a playing field on top, building large buildings of just 2 or 3 stories, but another another number of stories below ground that serves scientific and research purposes and still maintain the look and feel of the campus. These so-called intensification strategies have been demonstrated to show that the campus could continue on its path of building and evolving and changing and adding approximately 200,000 square foot per year, which is just an average. It obviously fluctuates quite a bit, but that's the historical average. And it could, they have enough land within the academic growth boundary, over 1,000 acres designated for campus development that we showed in the maps in the purple and the light gray, if you recall, that the campus could nearly triple in square footage, which of course is significant. No one thinks Stanford is going to actually grow that large because it would put it in a category all by itself, a very, very large facility with lots and lots of square footage that is frankly hard to imagine. But it did show that it was physically possible and that the campus was well situated to evolve over time without having to grow up past the academic growth boundary.
Thank you. We also have at packet page 258 a copy of the 1985 Land Use Policy Agreement that you provided. And I just want to understand something you said earlier, or there was reference, to, it might not have been by you, so forgive me on that, to studies, and one of which dealt with urban services. And I'm just wanting to make sure that I understand that that is a function of the fact that the 1985 Land Use Policy Agreement, packet page 258, specifically references that Stanford provides its own municipal services to its academic facilities rather than seeking them from adjacent services. And that's part of the tri-party agreement that the three communities, Stanford and Palo Alto and the county, reached back in 1985. The document is signed by Rod Dierdon, chairperson, and Lee Levy, the mayor of Palo Alto at the time, and William F. Massey, the vice president for business and finance. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So the study you're talking about would be essentially to determine whether or not the commitment that has been of record for 34 years is in fact being met, yes?
Correct.
Okay. I have only one other item, colleagues, and that is we heard today from a couple of folks on the Palo Alto School Board about their concerns regarding school-related matters. My colleague, Supervisor Chavez, and I have a joint memo that we're going to give Ms. Gallegos. We hope you're the right person to give it to, asking that you return to our board, the full board, with some information at your earliest opportunity, but certainly prior to that October 22nd meeting that we have scheduled. And I'll just read them out for the record. What is the expected enrollment increase in the Palo Alto Unified School District associated with the anticipated level of development? What is the current, underscoring current, revenue loss to the Palo Alto Unified School District from Stanford University's property tax exemption? What is the impact on per pupil funding in the Palo Alto Unified School District given the expected increase in enrollment without additional property tax revenues flowing to the district? What impact would the same amount of development have on the district in the absence of a general use permit? And any additional information relevant to the detrimental impact on the district and the community of reduced per pupil funding arising from the development. And we note here, including but not limited to approaches taken by other comparable universities, which might inform our own thinking and conversations going forward. So I will enter that letter in the record by handing it to Rhonda, our clerk, and then it'll be a formal part of the record. And I'll say thank you to Supervisor Chavez for joining me in the request for information. And we'll get a copy to you, of course, as well at the earliest opportunity, Ms. Gallegos. Colleagues, that's it for me. Any last comments or questions? Looking down the row. If not, then, Madam Clerk, given the fact that the high-speed rail item was pulled at the request, I believe, of the High Speed Rail Authority, I believe we're in a position to declare the meeting at an end. Does that seem right to you? Dr. Smith, Mr. Williams, everybody ready to call it a night? Then without objection, hearing none, meeting is adjourned. Thank you all so much.
So we're scheduled,
Tomorrow to go through all of this.
Does that memo?
It's broader.
That's what I was
Yeah,
worried about.
no, it's broader. We're
This is the ordinance list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, September 24th, 2019. Item number 24, introduction and preliminary, held from September 10th, 2019. Item number 49, adoption of ordinance number NS-644, adding Chapter 3 to Division B19 of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code relating to the safe storage of firearms in unincorporated areas of the county. Item number 41, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.27, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, adding 2 unclassified human resources assistant 2 or human resources assistant 1 positions in the Employee Services Agency and 47.4 unclassified positions in the Santa Clara County Valley Medical Center. Positions shall expire at 11:59 p.m. on March 31st, 2021. Item number 43, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.24, amending Santa Clara County ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, adding footnote numbers 235, 236, and 237, authorizing a differential when assigned and performing hyperbaric operator duties with a completed National Board of Diving and Hyperbaric Medical Technology approved hyperbaric medicine introductory training course and 40 hours of preceptorship, possessing a certified hyperbaric technician certificate and assigned as the facility safety director in support of both O'Connor Hospital and St. Louis Regional Hospital. Item number 44, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.25, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, increasing the salary of the real estate agent classification by 3%. Item number 45, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.23, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, amending the salary schedule to add the classification of per diem radiation therapist. Item number 47, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.22, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, deleting 1 senior emergency medical services specialist position, and adding one emergency medical services specialist position, and amending the salary schedule to abolish the classification of senior emergency medical services specialist and to increase the salary of the emergency medical services specialist classification by 11%. Item number 49, introduction and preliminary adoption of executive leadership salary ordinance number NS-20.19.04, amending Santa Clara County executive leadership salary ordinance number NS-20.19 relating to compensation of employees, adding one director, jail diversion and justice services position in the Santa Clara Valley Health and Hospital System, Behavioral Health Services Department. Item number 50, introduction and preliminary adoption of executive leadership salary ordinance number NS-20.19.03, amending Santa Clara County executive leadership salary ordinance number NS-20.19 relating to compensation of employees, deleting one administrative services manager 3 position and adding one financial and administrative services manager position in the office of the county council. Item number 71, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.26, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, deleting one half-time veterinarian position and adding one veterinarian position in agriculture and environmental management. Item number 72, introduction and preliminary adoption of ordinance number NS-1015.56, amending sections B12 through 32 and B12-34 of the Santa Clara County Ordinance Code relating to 30 and 25 miles per hour speed limits. This concludes the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, September 24th, 2019.